Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator Dupree, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Gillespie Eisen, Senator Harkins, Senator Harkness, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon,
Here.
Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Mumford, Senator Norwood, Senator Parks, Senator Pope, Senator Rhodes, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Taylor, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Reverend Chris Spence, who is a senior pastor at the First Baptist Church in Newton, Mississippi. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Senator McCon. Reverend Spence.
Let us pray. Sovereign God, creator of heaven and earth, we are so grateful for the opportunities that you and your infinite wisdom have provided and bestowed upon us. Lord, the different capacities of leadership. So, Lord, I pray that you will provide each and every person represented here today wisdom and discernment. Lord, we know according to your word that you establish government. So, Lord, I pray that we will lean into you, that we will rely on your word and your understanding and the indwelling of the Holy Spirit. Lord, I pray for the salvation of every person that is represented here. And Lord, we thank you so much for your love for us and your sacrifice for us. And that while we were sinners, Christ came, he lived, and he died for us. Lord, I thank you for the state in which you in your grace have allowed us to live and to serve and to represent. So, Lord, I pray for your blessings upon this session, and I pray for your guidance and your wisdom. Lord, we love you and we praise you. And we ask for all of this in the blessed name of Jesus, who is the Christ. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, absolutely.
That's professional. Look good.
Thank you, sir. Glad to have you here, Chris. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Reverend Spence, and thank you, Senator McCon. Now the reading of the journal will go to Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Guests. Senators' guests. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for
Thank you, Mr.
introduction of guests, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two introductions. First is our doctor of the day, Dr. Anita Henderson, who's a pediatrician in Hattiesburg and a good friend of mine. And with her, she has Alana Leigh Phillips, who is a medical student at the William Carey University. Please make them feel welcome. And then in the South Gallery, we have some beekeepers with us today, and among them is a good friend of mine and constituent, Austin Smith. Please make them feel welcome.
Senator Rose, you're supposed to be down here. Senator Rose must be a beekeeper as well. Glad to have you with us. Thank y'all. Senator McCon.
Mr. President, it's of course my joy to have Reverend Spence here, but it's his joy to have his wife Paige Spence with him over there at the smoker stable. So please make her feel welcome.
Welcome, Ms. Spence. We're glad to have you here. Senator Dupree.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two introductions.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. We have Miss Jackie Dito from SMPDD from the coast. She's with the Alzheimer's Association, and they're standing here in the North Gallery. Give them a hand, please. And then, Mr. President, we also have Ms. Biz Harris. She's with the Forum for the Future Infants and Toddler Coalition. There are folks from all over the state. They're here to talk about investing in our infants and our toddlers, something that I certainly appreciate and support. We have, I forgot about 40 of them here, Mr. President. Just give them all a round of applause. Thank you.
Welcome, and thank you so much for what you do for those of the least of us. Okay, Senator Mumford,
For introduction.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know they've already stood, but I just wanted to especially recognize the staff and teachers of Galloway Early Childhood Education Center. Both of my children went there, and I was so happy to see them this morning. And also our representatives from Hinds County Human Resources Agency. Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you. Senator Jackson,
Two introductions, Mr. President.
please proceed.
First, I'd like to introduce my good friend Chelsea Presley from Clarksdale, the diaper bank of the Delta. She services the entire state. Make her feel welcome. And my new best friend with UMMC, the Mind Center, Miss Kathy Van Cleve. She actually graduated from the same high school I graduated from in Central Gwinnett High School in Lawrenceville, Georgia. Go Black Knights.
Senator Pope,
Introduction, President.
please proceed.
Well, Senator Jackson already did it, but I also wanted to introduce my good friend, Miss Chelsea Presley from Panola, District 24, with the Diaper Bank of the Delta.
Okay, Senator Harkness,
Introduction,
please
Mr. President.
proceed. Please proceed, sir.
Today we have with us what they call the Mayor's Youth Council in Petal, Mississippi, the mighty Petal Panthers. These students are Petal school students from 9th through 12th grades, and part of the reason the district is a top performer. Hope to have a good time here at the Capitol today. Please recognize our group from Petal, Mississippi, Petal High School. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you all, and welcome everyone to your Senate, the deliberative body. Senator Hobson. And thank you, Senator, for coming in earlier and also our meetings earlier this morning. We'll begin the calendar with item 1 and Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 1 through 3 on the calendar, go to item 4, and have the title read.
1 through 3 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title, item 4.
Senate Bill 2895, ARPA Programs and Funds Direct Transfer of Certain Available and Unexpended Funds on September 30th, 2026.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I move to adopt the committee sub and ask you to recognize Senator Williams to explain the bill, this is the ARPA, what I'm going to call reconstruct bill that we've been trying to work on quickly, and there's some urgency here because we need to restructure how those funds will be distributed around the state so that they're not lost. Senator Williams is going to explain the details of the bill in just a moment, but you'll see on your tables and at your desk, you're going to have a sheet that should show the projects, particularly through DEQ and the Department of Health, that would be in your areas, your counties that you represent. So as Senator Williams explains the bill, you need to pay attention to what's going on in your district because this is a very important bill that could mean hundreds of millions of dollars to the state and to our local communities. And so, Mr. President, this time I would move adoption of the committee substitute and ask that you recognize Senator Williams to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, just briefly, I want to kind of explain what brought us to the point that we're here. I know we got several senators that weren't here when this started. ARPA, which is the American Plan Rescue Act of 2021, went into effect. The federal government allocated tranches of money to different entities for the use of coronavirus damage and things of that nature. The cities got money, the counties got money, school districts, etc. The state of Mississippi got a $1.8 billion tranche of money. The Lieutenant Governor and the Chairman of Appropriations set up the ARPA subcommittee, of which Senator John Polk was chair, and I served on that committee from its origin. We come here today with this last piece of legislation that really has a singular intent. That singular intent is much like a piece of legislation that Senator Sparks did yesterday, is to prevent money from going back to Washington, D.C. We have to expend this money by December 31 of this year, or that money goes back to Washington, D.C. We'll be here a couple more months, hopefully, and then we'll be gone. So we're trying to put legislation in place that will allow these funds to be expended. We're going to create several buckets of, if you will, of money, that these monies that come back that can't be expended by the amount of time. The first $100 million will go to MDOT. As we did last year, we set it up for various things with MDOT. They know that they can expend that money by the time that it has to be spent out, that we have to spend it. The next $62 million, were it to be there, will go to lost revenue, specifically to insurance. If there's any additional money over that, where it will go, it will be administered by DFA at the direction of the governor. He is the highest officer here, so he will do that. We will not be in session. Obviously, all these dollars will have to meet federal guidelines. How does this money come back into this pot? One's voluntarily. There are those projects that were let and awarded several years ago that for whatever reasons they cannot be done. Those entities will send them back. I've got one in my district. There's a $1.7 million allocation for a well for a water association. The well digger could not get to it for 2 or 3 years, so that money's coming back. Unfortunately, the well won't be dug for that association, but it's a known quantity, so those dollars will be coming back. There are other projects, as I've kind of dug into this, that came in under budget, so those additional funds will come back. The third way dollars will come back, and I think this is what we all need to pay attention to. There's a flow chart that Corbin and some of the analysts created, which is great, that kind of talks about the sequencing of events. Currently, there's a monthly status report that the grantees have to submit. If they miss 2 reports, that money can come back. If they miss 1 month, they will be given basically a late notice. They'll be notified that the money has not, or the report has not been submitted, and try to get in line. Subsequently, if there is 2 months that we do not have a payment request, that money that's allocated can come back. I spent a good bit of time this morning. I had this list earlier and called those in my district and have had several good conversations. I've got one that has 80% that hasn't been spent. They're digging the well today. We had a good conversation about timing and of that. So a lot of these we hope that will come back. We had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and the health department, which is where a lot of the rural water associations, was about 59% paid out. Yesterday when we looked, they're 69% paid out. That's several tens of millions of dollars that have been paid in the last couple of weeks. So one, for lack of a better way to say it, it's time for us to nudge the recipients and the agencies and try to help them along the way and get all these checks written and pushed out the door. Again, December 31, if it's not done properly, the money has to go back to Washington, D.C. The intent of this legislation is to prevent that from happening. A couple other things just to kind of, as Chairman spent, you've got, this is the health department. Every district probably has grantees. This is Department of Environmental Quality. This is going to be your cities and your counties predominantly, and other entities that would have been grant recipients. As I said, I've talked to mayors this morning. I've talked to leaders of water associations. That conversation is good to have. I will yield for questions, Mr. President. Before I do, just to say, if there's specific detailed questions, I would ask you, come to me. I'll be glad to try to answer them. I've tried to dig into this and have an understanding of it. There are other agencies that were recipients, and if any of that matters is of concern, I'll be glad to address it as well. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
Senate, please pay particular attention to the list. I see y'all, each one, I want to give them just a moment, Senator Williams, to look at the list. If you look at the far right column, it will say what percent has been expended. Now, this started several years ago, of course, when we got the ARPA money. So you'll see what percentage. Some of these are 0% expended. The likelihood is that will not be expended. You see others in here, if you look at the, I'd say the lighter pink colors, those are usually the ones under 50% expended. So I'd ask you, you have two different proposals that he has sent you, the Rural Water Association Infrastructure Grants and the Mississippi Municipal and County Water Infrastructure Quarterly Report. So there are two different sheets that you should look at, and we're going to pause for just a moment while you look for your county or your city or your rural water association. At the end of this, of course, when we pass the legislation that's involved, one of your first calls should be to those who are in the pink, the yellow, and the other ones, some of them are 100% in the green. So I'll give just a moment, Senator Williams, if you'll allow them to look through, and then we'll pick back up with your discussions, because they haven't had a chance to look at this to actually give you a question yet. So we'll pause for just one moment here while you look at the sheets, both of them, two different ones.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just a little rhyme to the colors that are there. If it's less than 50% complete or paid out, it's a red light. If it's between 50 and 80% paid out, it's a yellow light. And if it's 100% done, it's a green light. It is very important that we pass this out, and we do an immediate release on this because we need to start the process of putting these reporting metrics in place. Obviously, that won't happen quickly.
Yes.
We'll pause for just a moment and let them, Senator Williams, each of them are looking closely, so let's give them just a minute. Then we'll go with questions.
Yes, sir.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
A question.
One moment, please. We're letting everybody look for just a second. We'll get to questions.
not give up yet. There may be a path.
Okay. All right, Senator Williams, we're going to start with Senator McClendon. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator McClendon is recognized.
Have the cities or these water districts been notified of this?
Of this piece of legislation?
That their money will be taken back?
When we started the legislation in both tranches of money, the December 31 of 26 deadline has always been there, so they've been aware of these deadlines, yes, sir.
What happens on money that, let's say they're 50% and they can't finish? That other 50% will be taken back?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that question?
A project's in the being done, they're 50% paid and got 50% of the money to go. Will that money be taken back?
I've had a few questions, and I hope maybe I didn't explain it well. What you've got before you is where we stand as of December 31, a month ago. It is not how it ends. So we have this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, to talk to our locals and get, if you've got a project 50%, that's a very good question. If you look at this flow chart, when we get to September 30th, the DFA is going to determine if they can finish or not. So if we're sitting here October the 1st and you ask me that question, there's a good chance that money comes back. But between now and then, we have the opportunity to get this from 50% to 100%. And does that make sense?
It does. What I've been told is they're having trouble finding contractors.
I understand here, and I had a conversation one this morning, the same thing, they had delay after delay. And in a good redneck term, we got to cut bait if we can't get this done. The excuses and the reasons are going to end. We've got 6 months, 7 months in here now to deal with this. We know there's going to be some that just something doesn't happen, but if we don't allocate this money properly, it goes back to DC. With that being said, where there may or may not be extenuating circumstances where we had some things that were rejected because of technical omissions, and or if we've got delays that are really outside the control, not because somebody didn't do their job, not because it sat on the desk, this body, I would suspect, will discuss those dollars that are there, and there may be an opportunity to do something there. That's going to be what the body decides to do.
And if they're in the process of buying a water system and have bought, but yet they still have a loan, there's no way to divert those funds to finish paying off a loan of a water system.
As these grantees on here were awarded these dollars for specific applications, and that's what we must abide by. If it's something outside the purview of that application, then we need to be talking about another way to try to do that. Are you saying if the grantee was awarded for Project A and they want to divert those funds? Okay.
Yes, yeah, keep going. So they've got Project A that they were trying to do. Due to contractors or whatever it might be, cannot finish that. Yet over here on the other side, they're in the middle of, have purchased a rural water association. They still owe half of the money, let's just say, whatever, $2 million. Could that money be diverted from the project that they wanted to go and pay for the rural water association that they...
Let me try to answer the question this way. the association in my district that we had to bring the money back, and I may have my numbers wrong, was awarded $1.7 million to dig a well. They, with their engineer, determined that they could not get it done by December 31 of 2026. Therefore, that money had to come back. However, they resubmitted an application, and they got a generator and some other things of a couple $100,000 that fit the criteria for these grants that were out there. So in the past, that ability was to do there. As we sit here today, in the 8th or 9th inning, I'm going to say probably not. So if there were certain projects awarded that could not be done and the timeline allowed and they reapplied and got approval, then yes.
And you and I were talking about there's a different grant or different.
The state revolving fund, which I'll be discussing in more detail in another piece of legislation. There are other tranches of money for water that are out there that have actually grown a lot because we've been using this ARPA money the last 4 years to sustain where that state revolving fund would normally set in. And there's a lot to unfold there. And if you'll allow me to do that in another piece of legislation, we will.
Could we fund that with some of this money to help?
Could we take the buyout and fund it through the state revolving fund? Is that what you're asking?
To where the low interest rates are?
Yes, 1.75% loans. It depends on if it meets the criteria of that fund, and I don't know the answer to the question if you could use state revolving fund money to use in a buyout. If that criteria allows it, and I will find you an answer for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. I anticipate your question is in several other venues, if I had to guess. Because there were a lack of engineers, and then it got delayed, and contractors, and then we've had an ice storm, and so there's a lot of moving parts to this. The most important part, of course, is what Senator Williams has emphasized to the Senate. The money's going back December 31st, so we can either spend it, as he is outlining here, or lose it, basically. Senator Hickman.
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Just very briefly, thank you for all the work that you're doing on this. I certainly don't want to send money back to Washington, especially right now. But my only question is, I didn't get to read the whole thing, but there's this 2-month provision where if they don't either make a request or send in a report or what have you, that's when that makes them eligible for the money to claw back. Does this require, though, that the first month's notice be sent out to them? Like if there's 1 month period where it's dormant, is that notice required? In other words, I'm saying if they don't get the notice and then they have a second month, can they say, hey, we didn't get a notice as the reason why or what have you? Does that make sense?
No.
I'm trying to, so the way the bill is written, if I'm understanding it correctly, you have 1 month that you're dormant. You either don't put in a request or you don't send in the reporting or whatever, and you get a notice that you didn't do that.
Correct.
If that notice doesn't happen and you go for a second month without reporting or doing whatever, is that a plausible reason for them to say, hey, I didn't get the first month notice, so wait a minute, don't claw back my money? Is that a thing?
That's a very good question. I don't know if it alleviates the responsibility of the party, even if they weren't noticed. And, you know, I think, personally, I would say yes, but I don't know that it alleviates them from that responsibility. It's like you're late, you know, we're going to try to help you out and let you know that you're late, but it's still your responsibility. It would not.
All right, and I just want to go on the record. Again, I appreciate you for what you're doing. We want to make sure that this money gets spent in Mississippi. But I want to go on the record basically stating this, and I'm not asking for change to be made, but just go on the record to say that I'm hoping that the administration of it is, if we make an error, because everybody makes error, and don't send out a notice, that we would give grace to the people that we didn't give that notice to.
I understand, and I completely agree with that. As I did this morning, I'm going to encourage every senator in here that has something on one of these lists to reach out to these people and contact them. If it says 100% money spent, it's done. If it says complete and it's not 100%, that means they did it under budget. It's done. If it's anything else, it's our job to reach out to these people saying, here it is. And we don't want money going back to Washington, but equally importantly to me, I don't want it coming back here. I want it to be used for the intended purposes. And I think that's the desire of everyone involved with it. So thank you for your comment, Senator.
Senator Hickman, each one of these signed a contract. So there was a contract signed at one time. There are 414 different cities and city uses for the ARPA, and then 193 are Rural Water Association. So the numbers are listed on your sheets that have been handed to you.
Absolutely. One last thing. If they came in under budget, do they automatically just revert that money back to us, or what happens if they came
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
If they came in under budget, does that money just automatically revert back to us? I have a couple that are complete, and they, on my list, they look to be under budget. They're like at 87%, but they're complete. So that money automatically comes back?
Yes, it does. Yes,
Okay,
it does.
thank you.
And in that situation, let's say they had, 10%, $50,000 left. On a post-audit situation, that would be money that we claw back to Washington, D.C. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator Williams, I really appreciate all the time you spend in trying to explain it to us. I want to make sure that I understand you now. With some areas, if they are 78% complete, but they can finish this project before the end of the summer, and they can complete this project before the end of the summer, they can still proceed to do those things that's at an outline.
Absolutely, absolutely. You've got, as I mentioned, I talked to one of my water associations this morning. They had about $1.7 million. They spent $50,000. I'm going, oh my goodness, what's going on? Well, they said that was engineering. They're drilling the well today. They should be done in 30 days. So that tranche of money, the 1.6 that's left, will be requested and come through the system over the next couple of months, which puts us way in front of that September 30 deadline. So yes, sir, absolutely. Again, this is not what's on this paper and clawing back. Okay. This is for us to get on the phone and say, hey guys, what's going on? And as Senator McClendon, I think, said, if you've got those delays or stuff, maybe we can help expedite that. As the Lieutenant Governor said, there was a contract signed and those things are rigid. We signed a contract with DC, more or less, of how we would expend the money and in what amount of time.
Okay, and if they have delays, if they correspond with the person that the agency that they're supposed to correspond with, letting them know, but this project can be completed at a certain time, it'll be okay.
Yes, sir, absolutely will be. Thank you.
Senator Younger, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all your work. So if a municipality or a rural water association, if the well driller cannot get there to do the job, can they not pay them up front? And then,
as I understand it, work has to be completed. No prepayments. It's a good question.
Thank you, Senator Younger. Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
For you for a question, Senator. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
In block number 9, there's a reference to the figure $162,958,012. Where did that amount come from?
Where is that at? Which sheet? DEQ or health?
In block number 9 of the flow chart, what happens after September 30th, there's a reference to the figure $162,958,012. Where did that come from?
That's a good question. When the ARPA funds came down, the Treasury put lost revenue at $250 million. That was the number that they were able to allocate per the guidelines from ARPA. The 162 is what we have not, through ARPA distributions, allocated to lost revenue. So we're going to use that $162 million in the lost revenue category, which allows us to the dollars qualify for ARPA distribution. As I mentioned initially, $100 million of that $162 million will be redirected to MDOT for the functions that we've already discussed, road overlays, maintenance, and things of that nature. The other $62 million will be allocated to the insurance and offset an insurance increase.
I'll try again. You mentioned this figure, lost revenue. I have no idea what that means. What does lost revenue mean?
That means potential revenue that was lost due to the coronavirus. We were to allocate a certain amount, quantity of the $1.8 billion that we got from DC in the ARPA Act as lost revenue. It's in the ARPA guidelines, and it kind of,
is that lost revenue that the state can trace to the state of Mississippi's lost revenue? Or?
As I understand it, Senator, it's lost revenue that the state of Mississippi would have incurred due to the coronavirus. It's kind of I'm seeing it as a catch-all of qualifying dollars that we can put into that bucket that would have been lost revenue due to the coronavirus. It was determined that $250 million of the $1.8 billion was the amount that we would allocate for lost revenue. We're able to use that mechanism to put these dollars, were they to come back in here in it, and then reallocate them out.
Okay, but as I understand it, when all of this was passed, we were acting under the assumption that all the money would be spent and none of it would be paid back. And so that's why we decided how we were going to distribute the $162 million, because we were operating under the premise that $162 million will be all the money that will be in this pot.
We think, well, we've allocated, I think 88 million is the difference between 162 and 250. That has already been allocated. So we have $162 million of available reallocation as lost revenue. We may not get that money back in here.
Okay.
This money is not here now. I mean, I'm talking like we've got $162 million in the bank. We don't. If all these projects get completed, the absolutes are this. I know my One Water Association sending over $1 million they're not getting. And I think we've got 11 or 12 million in under budget money. Other than that, that's it.
I'm sorry. I just completely give up. I'll get with someone on the staff later.
My apologies. I'm not answering your question, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt passes. Senator Harkins.
For a question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, sir.
In reviewing some of these figures for cities across our state, I reached out to a couple of my cities, and one of them had responded. And who would they need to contact if there's a discrepancy in what they have as a remaining balance? Who would they need to contact?
Corbin Selman, he can send the contacts to each of the senators for who they should contact within the Department of Environmental Quality. Is that correct? Yeah, if it's a city, DEQ is administering. If it's, depending upon the administering agency, there will be contacts. Corbin will send those to each senator.
And obviously some of this work could be ongoing right now as we speak, so that may be why there's a discrepancy. I wanted to make sure that all of our cities knew that, look, they've got money laying out there, and the response I've got is, we've just bid some of these projects, so they're actually in the process of being constructed or bidded. Bids are out, and, obviously they have the caveat that money's got to be spent by December, but I do want to make sure that the numbers are matching with what they have and what's shown on this sheet. So thank you. We'll have them contact you.
I do think that you will find there will be discrepancies in the short term with that, as we're trying, in my terms, to flush out the payments and vouchers that we need to do. There again, we're early enough in this that those things and those discrepancies, as we work through this, we'll work it out. I talked to one of my mayors that had a pretty sizable grant, and it's showing that a lot has not been paid, and they were not aware. So there's an awareness. They're digging on their end. Collaboratively, we'll work through this and hopefully keep those monies where they are allocated.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your help on this. And like I said, we just want to make sure that our cities and counties are taking full advantage of the opportunity and not letting anything go by the wayside. And at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I do have an introduction out of order.
Thank you, Senator. I completely agree.
Okay. Senator Seymour. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator? Senator Seymour
yes,
is
sir.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see some of these numbers are very low as far as 5–10%, which would normally mean your engineering fees on the front end and
That's right.
legal stuff. Of these projects, are we seeing or have you been made aware of it being bogged down because of permitting from our state agencies?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Is some of these projects being held back because of permitting through our agencies?
I am not aware if they are.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir? You good? Okay. Other questions on the bill? Other questions on the bill? And I appreciate y'all paying so much attention to this. It's a significant amount of money that will be reverted unless the ones that sign the contracts execute. Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I'd make a motion that we adopt the committee sub, Mr. President.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, we're ready.
I'd make a motion that we pass by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Thank you very much, Senator Williams. This is critical for the cities and counties, particularly after the ice storm.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd have a request that we this becomes effective upon passage.
Effective upon passage.
Immediate release.
You want immediate release, I think, sir.
I'm sorry, immediate release.
Yes, sir. It has to be effective upon passage in the document.
I can try.
Immediate release. Seeing no objection granted, Senator Whaley.
For an introduction,
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, if you would direct your attention to the gallery, we have a group of honey producers who have generously left us this fine honey this morning, and they make up members of the Mississippi Farm Bureau Federation Honeybee Commodity Committee. Excuse me. Please make them feel welcome.
Thank you. Double welcome. Senator Harkins.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it's my honor to introduce some friends we have in the gallery, West Gallery, with Dr. Shaw from Mississippi State University, our friends and officials from the Kingdom of Morocco and Mississippi State University, led by His Excellency Youssef Amrani, the ambassador to the United States from Morocco. MSU has had a long relationship with the country and the University of Rabat. They are visiting to further the relationship both academically and with trade opportunities. So if y'all would, please help me welcome our friends.
Welcome to Mississippi. We are glad you're here in Mississippi State University. Okay. We'll go back to the calendar now. Senator Harkins. Senate, we begin with number 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 5, Senate Bill 2202, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2202, Economic Development Incentives Require Agreements to Secure Employee Freedom and Privacy Regarding Unionization Decisions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a copy of the bill passed last year. This legislation is about protecting a worker's right to a secret ballot. These guardrails would ensure to be eligible for taxpayer incentives from the state or a locality that the companies must protect their employees' right to a private ballot over unionization of the workplace. While the National Labor Relations Act provides employers with 2 legal options for recognizing a union, either by private ballot or by the method of card check, it does not mean that the state has to subsidize both. In the last few years, several states around us have passed similar legislation to the one before you today, and no states that have passed it, to my understanding, have received any legal challenge on the measure. This legislation aligns with Mississippi's longstanding commitment to the principles of right to work, asserting that no employee shall feel pressured into deciding union membership against their interest. This will only apply to future economic incentives and will not affect any current incentives or any companies that are currently unionized. It only applies to future union organizing. Existing unions at companies will not be affected. Further, and critically, its compliance with this law is also not in conflict nor preempted by federal law. And at the end of the day, Mississippians believe in the right to vote freely without coercion and to have their votes counted. And that is the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Motion is passed on my motion is final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? What is the voting? No. Blunt, no. Madam Secretary, Pope, Jackson, Butler, Brumfield, Barrett, McMahon, Norwood, Fillingane, Chazanall, Parks, Bryan, Isom, Dupre, Frazier, Mumford, Thomas, Hickman, McClendon, Blackman, Barnett, Turner Ford, Simmons D, Simmons S. Anyone else? Chisholm? No. Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? One moment, please. Senator Hill, for what purpose? After we're adding up the total, unless you want to vote on the bill. Okay, Senator Hill votes present. The bill passes by 25 no votes, 27 for. Senator Hawkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 6, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 7, Senate Bill 2613, have the title read.
6 retains its place on the calendar. Number 7. Mr. Clerk, please read it.
Senate Bill 2613, PERS, Tier 5 COLA account, create and direct transfers to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2613 addresses the COLA in the Tier 5. As this body is well aware, we passed a reform to the PERS system last year, creating a Tier 5 as adopted and recommended by the PERS board. The COLA in a Tier 5 is at the discretion of the legislature to annually determine whether there would be a COLA payment or not for Tier 5 employees. This doesn't do anything to the guaranteed COLA that is in Tiers 1 through 4. The state of Alabama has done what we call ad hoc COLA annual determination for almost 10 years now. That's similar to what we would do. Some of the misunderstandings of the COLA was because it was a future decision made by a future legislature. So in this bill, we actually will put $5 million a year for 10 years, a total of $50 million into an account to be maintained by PERS that is for the specific purpose of a Tier 5 COLA. It's one of the most conservative things you can do is to put away money today for an expense tomorrow. There cannot mathematically even be a retiree out of Tier 5 that would be eligible for a COLA until 9 years from now. So this money would continue to grow and a future legislature would make the decision. While some have reminded me this is not a guaranteed COLA, the best guarantee I know of in the political world is if we put money away today that a group of politicians can give away in 10 years and get the credit, that's about as good a guarantee as you can get. I'll guarantee you they'll do it because we put the money away today. So that is a brief explanation of this bill, and I would yield any questions, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Please
Thank
proceed.
you. Thank you, Senator Sparks, for this. These monies put in here will have a singular use and can be used for nothing except a COLA for Tier 5 recipients. Is that correct?
It's an account set up by PERS for the exclusive use for the Tier 5 COLA account.
So unlike our Social Security system, we can't borrow money and use it for whatever.
Well,
the future legislators.
Just to be very clear, to my knowledge, no one has ever borrowed one dime from the Public Employees Retirement System. What happens at the federal level, we certainly don't want to replicate, and we're doing the opposite of what's been done in the past. By promising a benefit and letting somebody else pay for it, we're actually putting money away today for a future benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Other questions on the bill? Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I would move for passage on the morning roll
Use
call.
of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
I object to the morning roll call.
Objects to the morning roll call. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Bowie. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. Dupree. England. Filligay. Frazier. Gillespie Eisen. Harkins. Harkness. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Jackson. Johnson. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Mumford. Norwood. Parks. Pope. Rhodes. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Taylor. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackwell. Blunt. Bowie. Brumfield. Butler. Carter. Chisholm. England. Frazier. Gillespie Eisen. Harkness. Hickman. Jackson. McCon. McLendon. McMahon. Mumford, Norwood, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Suber, Thompson, Turner Ford, Turner Ford, Whaley. Voting yes or yea, Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Harkness, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Latner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Rhodes, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Taylor, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Dupree, Frazier, Gillespie Eisen, Mumford, and Thomas.
Senator Jackson, for what purpose?
To the vote, sir.
Please proceed.
Can I report as a no?
Senator Jackson is a no. Senator Norwood, is anyone else to the vote? Senator Thompson?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I voted aye, and I did not hear my name called.
Aye. Mr. Clerk. Senator Pope, for what purpose, sir?
Vote, sir.
Please proceed.
I'll vote no.
No. Pope. Barnett, Senator Barnett?
To the vote,
Yes, sir.
I vote aye.
Aye. Barnett. Simmons, S.
To the vote,
Please proceed.
I vote aye.
Aye. Simmons, S. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, Mr. Clerk. By a vote of 37 to 11, the bill passes. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 8 and 9, have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 10, Senate Bill 2849, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 8 and 9 to keep the
Senate
place on
Bill
the calendar.
2849, Strengthening Mississippi Academic Research through Smart Business Act, extend repeal thereon.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill extends the repealer for the Smart Business Program, which provides a $1.5 million tax credit to help researchers at our institutions of higher learning, our research institutions. That is University of Mississippi, Mississippi State University, University of Southern Mississippi, Jackson State University, and UMMC develop projects to commercialize and lead to job creation. It also encourages companies to work with research universities to develop technology through a rebate on qualified research costs. It provides a maximum of $150,000 grants to professors at each research university. We awarded more than $1.4 million in 2025. Examples of the uses at USM, the grant helped develop a carbon fiber material in the aerospace and automotive sectors. The material offers a lower cost alternative to traditional manufacturing materials. The professor has started a company and is using its scale technology for industrial use. At Jackson State, the grant helped develop a prototype for a caries finder, a technology that can detect cavities in the early stages, potentially avoiding the need for fillings and crowns. At Mississippi State, the grant helped to develop a prototype for agricultural irrigation systems that improve the accuracy and delivery of water and distribution. At University of Mississippi, the grant helped test and develop a chemical that can easily adjust to specific uses, saving time and money in the healthcare industry. The professor has created a company and it's creating jobs in Mississippi to scale the technology. And at UMMC, the grant helped to develop a pharmaceutical that will improve the delivery of treatments for psychiatric disorders and substance abuse. That is an explanation of the bill. The repealer is extended out to 2028. There are no questions. Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill, Senator Hickman? For what purpose?
Introduction at the appropriate time.
Okay, Senator Tate, you have an introduction at appropriate time. All right. Motion has been made by utilization of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to that procedure? Cause of voting no. Present. The bill passes. Senator Tate? No. Chisholm? No. Harkness? 2 no votes. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, Senator Tate, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you will direct your attention to the West Gallery, we have the strongest Beat 1 supervisor in my lifetime, Jonathan Wells, with us. If you will, please stand up, make him feel welcome.
Welcome, Jonathan. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining former Supervisor Wells, who is doing an amazing job there in Kemper County, I have 2 of the members of the best Board of Supervisors in the gallery currently. Supervisor Wissett and Supervisor McDonald, would you please stand and let the Senate make you feel welcome? Please welcome Kemper County.
Thank you, and thank you for what you do every day. Supervisors run the state. Okay, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 11 on today's calendar, have it retain its place on the calendar. Go to item 12, Senate Bill number 2882, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2882, Homestead Exemption, specify no requirement for applicant to provide copy of closing statement or disclosure.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator England to explain the bill.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that comes from our realtors. Some county governments have started to require homeowners to disclose closing settlement and settlement statements as part of getting homestead exemption. Mississippi is not a mandatory disclosure state. We really just kind of leave that open. I think most states are typically not disclosure states. And this bill will make us a non-disclosure state. It will protect personal financial documents that are outlined in closing and settlement documents. Current law already provides tax assessors with enough information to obtain home sale prices, and so this is really a personal information protection bill. That's what the bill does, and if there are no questions, I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Okay. Senator Seymour.
Question, Mr. President.
You have for question, Senator England?
I will, yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, on this, with the homestead exemption, does this help qualify somebody for getting 2 homesteads? The spouse also?
This doesn't change that at all, so this doesn't deal with that. Just deals with current applications for homestead exemptions. Some counties have started requiring the individuals to bring in their closing statements or their settlement statements with them. This does not. This says that you cannot require them to do that, so it doesn't deal with the numbers of those.
They're trying to get a preliminary dollar figure of what the property is worth.
I think maybe that's why they're doing it, but there's a lot of personal information on that, bank account information and things like that. So this is to protect that personal information is why we're doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator England, we're ready for motion, sir.
Yes, motion is for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Any object? Mr. Recorder voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Harkins. We're on 13, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 13 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2912, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill 2912, Mississippi Deferred Compensation Allow Roth and Other After-Tax Accounts.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2912 is a bill that comes as a request of the PERS Board to amend state law to allow our employees to make Roth and other after-tax contributions to their accounts. This has been kind of a hitch between federal and state law for several years. They've requested this bill several years. Senator Blunt and I co-sponsored this bill. We both serve as legislative liaisons to the PERS Board. With that, I would yield to any questions.
Questions? Seeing none.
I'd move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Any object? Those voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We'll go to 14, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 14 on today's calendar and have it retain its place and go to item 15, Senate Bill 2846, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2846, Tax Increment Financing Act, bring forward.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
My motion is we adopt the committee sub and let Senator Johnson explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with TIFs, or tax increment financing. This does not do any changes to the existing TIF law, but it allows for cities to add another tool in negotiating with developers that are looking to create a TIF district and build a development in their cities and counties. This would allow for, currently under the TIF structure, they are often not funded for about a year into the project so that they can verify that tax revenue is there for the revenue bond. This would allow for developers to personally guarantee that bond so that cities feel more comfortable in providing the TIF financing at the front end of the deal instead of waiting the year or so. And that's an explanation of what the bill does, or the committee sub.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I don't pretend to understand everything there is to do with a TIF, but my question would be, if this is giving more flexibility to the municipalities or whomever is trying to enter into a TIF, would this cause any more liability to the taxpayers rather than, it seems like it's mostly been liability to the developers in the past. Would this lay any more burden on the taxpayers with these bonds?
No, TIFs are not the burden of a taxpayer. The negative to the city is it can affect their bond rating, but so that's why they use discernment and giving a year to verify that the revenue is there for the bonds. But the bonds are secured by revenue from the TIF project that's allocated by what the city dictates. So it could be the increase in ad valorem taxes plus a percentage of the expected sales tax. And so that is the security for the bond. And if that defaults, the taxpayers are not on the hook under current law or with this existing.
Okay, I'm just making sure that if that falls through and fails to pay for it, that we don't have any liability to the taxpayer.
Yes,
Correct?
and that's clear in code that there is no liability to taxpayers.
Yeah, I know that's the way it is now. I just want to make sure this wasn't changing anything like that.
This makes no change to that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move passage use in the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Seeing no objection. Voted no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 16, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 16, Senate Bill 2873, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2873, cigarettes and ends products, provide administrative forfeiture procedures for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Please recognize Senator Boyd to explain the bill.
Senator Boyd, you recognize explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, this body adopted procedures that we let the Department of Revenue do to go after unlicensed tobacco products that have been circulating in the state. Many of these products are actually illegal in the countries that they were coming from. And so we had many products that were being sold that were not approved by the FDA. And so DOR has come in and seized those products. What we failed to do in that legislation last year was we failed to detail the forfeiture procedures that need to happen under that. So what this does is it simply goes back and it details those forfeiture procedures that need to happen once DOR seizes those illegal products. And that's basically an explanation of the bill. So it gives just straight regulatory authority to DOR to do this. It reduces burdens, makes it less burdensome on the courts, and it puts the procedural rights in place to make sure that everyone's due process is respected in that process. That's a basic explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Seeing none.
Mr. President, I ask for adoption of this by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Close voting, no. Present. Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hawkins, we're on 17, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 17 on today's calendar and have it retain its place and go to item 18, Senate Bill 2910, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2910, PERS requiring any terminated plan to pay net pension liability board in a lump sum before termination.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I'd like to recognize Senator Sparks to explain the
Senator
bill.
Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the delayed arrival. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2910 is also a bill that deals with PERS. It's also a bill that has been recommended multiple years by the PERS board. It requires any employer to settle the books if they, in some reason, were to leave the employer position in PERS. They simply have to pay their portion of the net pension liability. You've heard me discuss this before, that every unit of government who is an employer in PERS has to claim their amount of the net pension liability on their financial statements and balance sheets. This bill is co-authored also again with Senator Blunt, and this is a PERS requested bill multiple years, and we've passed it multiple years. With that, Mr. President, I'd yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator?
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call being requested or objective procedure. Mr. Holder is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Harkins on number 19, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 19 and 20 and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 21, Senate Bill 2835, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2835, Motor Vehicle Registration, Parts Dealer, and Scrap Metal Processing. They use third-party vendors regarding BOR requirements.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would allow used auto part dealers and scrap metal processors to use DOR's online database, but this bill adds a third-party vendor that meets DOR requirements to verify absence of liens on vehicles before purchasing them. These third-party vendors have databases that are nearly nationwide. They build this database by subscribing to the lien database of each state so that lien status can be verified on vehicles regardless of the state it was last titled in. Current law requires a used motor vehicle parts dealer or scrap metal processor to verify the absence of a lien prior to accepting a vehicle. To verify, they are required to check DOR's online database, the Automated Statewide Motor Vehicle Registration System. However, DOR's lien registration or lien database only includes vehicles that are titled in Mississippi. So if a vehicle that was last titled in another state is brought into a used auto parts dealer or scrap metal processor, which happens in counties that border Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Alabama, they are not able to verify that there is no lien on the vehicle, and they aren't able to legally purchase it. This bill would hopefully change that, but it does have to meet DOR's requirements, and that is the explanation of the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You, Senator?
I do.
So we're adding another layer to what has to happen for somebody to have notification about somebody having their car before they scrap it or sell it or whatever. So this is, do we know how much added cost to each individual that has these cars on their tow lots that this is going to add to the cost of what they're going to have to charge for their holding or whatever? Because in the past, it's been up to them to notify the owners, correct?
You may be talking about a tow yard. This is a scrap car that they bring it in to scrap it or pull apart. They want to sell it to them. They have to verify there's no lien on it. And our database only does the state tags. So if all the businesses that border the counties around the state that are next to our sister states.
So this is for the scrap yard, once
Scrap
it already
yards.
gets to the scrap yard.
Yes, this is the scrap yard, but they can't take that car unless they can verify there's no lien. So if this extra database that is already out there would be at the cost to them, whether or not they utilize it to verify there is no lien on it.
So they don't have to utilize it under this?
They won't be able to buy the car if
They won't be able to buy the car if they don't utilize it.
This is to help them.
Who is the vendor that's wanting to serve these scrap yards that's got this bill going? Do you know?
No,
Are there multiple vendors?
I don't
or?
know. It's multiple vendors, I believe. It's not. This was not pushed by. I think this was pushed by the scrappers that want there to be alternative besides the DOR database that only does the state of Mississippi.
So they're
want to be
saying
able to
that
have
they need more validation.
They need more opportunities to be able to verify.
So they actually want this
Yes.
to keep them in the clear and to give
In
them
compliance.
a better opportunity to sell that vehicle clearly.
Correct.
That there's no lien or anything on the title.
Correct.
Okay.
There's another bill I think you're referring to that may be out there that's your line of questioning. I think may be more directed towards. This is
So
just
there is one that would pertain to the record drivers.
Yes, there is another one
Okay,
that
so
pertains to towers and
different. This
notification.
is just one that the scrap people need to be able to more validate that there's no lien on it if it's outside of our database.
Correct.
Okay, I think I understand it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Seymour, Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Please
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, in this scenario that's been brought up as far as from a towing company, they're having to go through this process already. So when they bring the vehicle to be scrapped at the scrap service, why would the scrapper have to have a redundance of the same process that the towing service has already brought?
Because their only customers are not towing companies. You can take a car up to a scrapper and scrap it, and it may not be titled in Mississippi. It may be titled in Alabama. It may be titled in Louisiana, and that scrapper only has a database system with the Department of Revenue that recognizes Mississippi titled vehicles. So what they're saying is we need to have the ability, or DOR can have under their direction a service that meets all their requirements for notification or for lien holder status. They can have that as an option also that they can check to make sure that there is no lien on a vehicle, so they can purchase the vehicle and scrap it or sell parts off of it.
Correct. With some other person outside of the realm of a tow service.
Correct.
But this is actually putting them a little more burdensome on them in the fact that the process has been carried out by a towing service. When they get it, now they've got to spend the same amount of money as the tow service did as far as the lien check and all.
Well, I don't know how a tow service would be able to check out-of-state tags unless they're using a third-party vendor, but it's got to meet DOR requirements. So, I mean,
Well, they do. I mean, but they still have to do DOR
if they have it,
also.
then they can use that as proof that there is no
Thank
lien.
you.
Okay, Senator Barnett, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Harkins, thank you for working on this legislation, but I have a couple questions. The first question is, how or who's going to report to the scrapper, or is the scrapper going to be responsible for checking?
The scrapper is responsible for checking when a car comes in that before they take it, before they buy it from you. If you brought a vehicle in, they have to check to make sure there's no lien on it. You can't just roll a car up in the scrapyard and sell it to them without them making sure that there is not a lien holder against the vehicle.
Well, and the reason I asked that, Senator, you know, several years ago we passed legislation to stop the scrappers from buying catalytic converters that they were stealing off the vehicles. And we tried to do something as far as copper theft too, but we haven't seen a decline in either one. And I'm thinking that's because we have a lot of scrappers out there that's saying, you know, once I crush it, it's not my problem anymore. So is there any teeth to this bill where we can make sure that every scrapper that's accepting vehicles and these type things will at least be able to check the VIN number?
Well, that's what
because some of them get there and don't have a license plate on it.
That's
so,
what this bill intends to do. Scrappers are the one asking for this, so they'd like to have this in place to provide more resources for them to verify there is no lien against the vehicle.
Okay, but not just a lien, but you know, what if it's stolen?
Well, that probably comes up in a report as well when they check on a VIN number.
Okay. I mean, I applaud what you're doing, but I just wish it was a more, you know, something else that we can do because, you know, like I said, if you hear on the news all of the time about copper steel being stolen. As a matter of fact, there had been not too long ago where a gentleman was trying to steal some copper here in Jackson at a cell tower and was electrocuted. So.
Well.
But
I would chalk that under play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You know.
I agree with you on that, but I don't know. I just thank you for working on it anyway.
Thank you.
Senator Chisholm, for what purpose, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question, please.
You for a question?
I do.
Senator Chisholm is recognized for a question.
If an individual took, it's a friendly question, I promise. If an individual took a vehicle to a scrapper, the the scrapper makes his money off of buying these vehicles and selling them. If the individual owes $1,000 on the vehicle and the scrapper is willing to give $2,000, just for an example, could he not call the lien holder and then maybe make payment to the lien holder for however much, and then the rest
I would
of
think that has to be rectified before they could take the car. I don't think that they would set up, I mean, that would put them in a whole different business model of trying to pay off financing, and I don't know how they handle that, but I know that the lien would have to be removed before they would be able to accept the car. Because if they accept the car with a lien on it, and it's on the database, and they're liable for the lien. So they don't want to be paying someone $1,000 for a vehicle and find out there's a $5,000 lien on it and scrap it, and then have to pay $5,000 to the lien holder to clear the debt on it. So I think this is just an attempt to further verify that they are, in fact, taking a clean vehicle. And right now, our database is limited to Mississippi
I guess I'm
liens.
just looking at the fact that the scrapper, it would give him the opportunity to make money, you know.
Yes.
And it would also be an opportunity to pay off the lien. So the person that owns the car would be out of debt with the lien holder and make money, and then the scrapper would make money.
I don't know if that's the business model they have, but it may very well be. I don't know. That would be kind of a business decision on their part if they want to go through the process of having to wire money to pay off a lien and take the car. And I mean, that may be very well something they do right now. I just don't know if that's operationally, if that's what they do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready.
My motion is final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll calls. Member request. Anyone object? According to voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Barrett,
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction at the appropriate time.
please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you will direct your attention to the South Gallery, we have with us here today North Pike Junior High School, and Senator Brumfield and myself would like to recognize them if you will stand. This is the Student Council, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you and welcome. We're glad you're here today. All right, Senator Hawkins, we're back on 22, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 22 through 26 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
22 through 26 retains their place on the calendar. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your work today. Senator Kirby. Pass and retain 27 through 29. Motion to reconsider. Senator Kirby, you're passing 27 to 30, right? Yes, sir. Thank you. Senator McCon. Pass and retain. Senator DeBar. Senate, we're on 35.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 35 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2242, Mississippi Math Act, enact.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I ask that we adopt the committee sub and that you recognize Senator Boyd to explain the committee sub.
You recognize Senator Boyd to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. What is coming before you today is establishing in the Department of Education a Mississippi Math Act, which is called M3, and it's the Moving Mathematics Mississippi program. What it will do is it will expand math coaching and supports for K through 12 teachers. It'll implement systemic and systematic math screening and interventions for K through 5 students, and it will create an algebra readiness indicator based on statewide assessment results for grade 5. Why is this important that we put these resources involved with this? 54.5% of students scored proficient or advanced in mathematics overall, and this reflects long-term gains since the pandemic dip, but nearly half of all students are not meeting proficiency, indicating there is much room for improvement. Fourth grade math and average score match the national average, and proficiency has increased modestly, but when we comes to 8th grade math, we scored slightly below the national average, with only 22% of our students recognized as proficient or advanced. This demonstrates a significant drop-off in performance and student progress, particularly in regards to middle school, a key indicator that early screening and algebra readiness work is definitely needed. National and state researchers emphasize algebra readiness by 8th grade as a strong predictor of high school success and eventual college and career outcomes. While Mississippi has made gains, our gaps remain. Our NAEP scores show that fewer Mississippians reach higher achievement levels on math assessment as they advance grade areas. This suggests a need for targeted, early, and sustained supports. This is what this bill attempts to do. We have made notable progress in academic metrics, often cited as the Mississippi Miracle. However, statewide achievement is not uniform across grades and student groups, meaning that we need a systemic approach statewide. We know that early numeracy and systemic interventions reduce long-term remediation needs. Instructional coaching and professional learning raise teacher capacity and student achievements. Using a measurable algebra readiness indicator helps districts target supports precisely where they are needed. This legislation, what it does is, in section, I'm just going to go through the sections with you. It creates the program within the Department of Education, and it places program administration under the State Board of Education, and it asks them to do four things: improve instructional practice, identify math deficiencies early, provide timely and evidence-based interventions, and strengthen algebra readiness. Section 4 is the definition section, which I won't read off to you. Section 5 talks about the mathematic coaching framework. As you know, that we have used coaching and been very successful with this within our literacy programs, and we have some math coaching now, but we need more development of that. It requires the development and deployment of mathematic instructional coaches across participating schools. It emphasizes elementary and upper elementary grades. It specifies coach responsibilities, including supporting teachers in effective math instruction. It facilitates data-driven instruction planning, and it assists with the implementation of high-quality instructional materials. It allows MDE some flexibility in coach placement models based on the district size and need. It also requires participating districts to administer a K-5 mathematics screener at least 3 times per year. The screener is intended to identify students with math deficiencies early, inform instructional and intervention decisions, and reduce the need for later remediation. Section 7 of the bill requires individualized math plan for each student identified as below benchmark. Their instructional plan must include identified areas of deficiency, evidence-based interventions, frequency and duration of interventions, progress monitoring methods, criteria for exiting interventions. It emphasizes timely, targeted, and responsive approach rather than retention or punitive measures. Section H establishes an algebra readiness indicator derived from grade 5 statewide mathematics assessment. It clarifies that the indicator is intended to inform instruction, placement, and support, but it may not be used as the sole deterrent for retention, promotion, or high-stakes decision. It directs the department to such benchmarks and provide guidance to districts on appropriate use. Section 9 looks at professional development and instructional support. It requires MDE to provide ongoing professional development aligned with mathematics standards, high-quality instructional materials, best practices in math instruction and intervention. It allows for regional, virtual, and in-person delivery models for this, and it encourages collaboration among teachers, coaches, and administrators. Section 10 authorizes MDE to invite and prioritize district participation based on student need, capacity gaps, geographic and equity considerations, requires compliance with all applicable student privacy laws, including FERPA, permits aggregate or district level reporting and program implementation and outcomes. It also sets up a fund in the state treasury for those wanting to give support for this program. It grants rulemaking authority to the State Board of Education to promulgate rules under this act, and it requires timelines and benchmarks for screener implementation, algebra readiness benchmarks, and program evaluation. It establishes an effective date for this legislation on July 1st, 2026, and it aligns implementation with the 26-27 school year. That is an overview of this bill. I will tell you that we did put a reverse repealer in this in committee because there were a number of excellent suggestions and a number of questions that we think were important and need to be addressed before this bill comes back before you. We are working with the department on all of these suggestions, and we look forward to working with members on many of those suggestions. That's kind of a brief explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chairman, what about in Section 4 and Section 10, do we have a physical note to kind of tell us about how much money we're looking at?
Thank you for that question. We are working on a better physical note right now, and I'll be happy to provide that to you as we're working through this. Some of the things that that are a little bit with this is we have not, unlike our math literacy test where you have one big large test, we don't have that in this. So it costs less, but we've had some people that have requested that there be one big large test. That costs more. And so we're working on those numbers, so we'll have you better numbers, and I'll be happy to share those with you as I get them.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I'd like to speak favorably on the bill.
Recognized to speak on the bill, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. In looking at the bill, thank you, Madam Senator, do you yield? Thanks. In looking at the bill, we don't see the reverse repealer in it. Oh, you
I
got
have
it
that.
there. All right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator, you're recognized.
Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I'd move to adopt an amendment to add a reverse repealer.
Just 1 second. It's on the, hold on 1 second. We'll get it on the screen. Okay. All right. Procedure would be to adopt the committee substitute, please, Senator, and then we'll do the amendment.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, we're on your amendment, Senator.
I'm sorry. This, I thought we had added this in there in committee. We did not. So this bill, all it does is it adds a reverse repealer in there.
Okay. Senator Barnett, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Boyd, thank you for working on this legislation, but I have a question. In the bill that has K through 5 for the screening, but most schools, when you get to the 7th and 8th grade, that's considered junior high, and then 9th through 12th is high school. So my question is, would you consider this for the entire elementary school from K through 6th grade, so that, because we heard a lot of times from a lot of school teachers that when kids return in the summer, then they spend the first 9 weeks trying to bringing up stuff from last year to try to get them. So it's like they're always 9 weeks behind. So I'm just asking, can we try to bridge that by doing it from K through 6th grade? Would you be open to amendment on that?
Senator Barnett, that is something we're actually looking at. This legislation is based off what has been done in Kentucky and Alabama that they've seen really good results from. And we've modeled that legislation on that. But the question was brought up in committee. This is one of the things we're asking about. So what that they have shown in those states is that work that you continue to do through 5, because you're looking at that algebra-ness ready indicator and all of that, that still continues with the through grade 8 when we know that we have the drop-off in the scores. So what I will tell you is We are looking at that, and we're looking to see if we need to expand beyond K-5. That was one of the questions that was brought up in committee or after committee. So I appreciate the question, and we are definitely looking at that.
Is that a consideration being put in this bill before it?
It is not a consideration at this moment because we're trying to make sure that we're looking at the science, make sure that we're looking to see and really getting the information that they've used in other states to see how they've moved this. So at this moment, it is not, but I'm not going to tell you that when we bring this back to you, it's not going to have something that goes beyond the 5th grade.
Okay. Well, you said, that Arkansas and some other states had good results, right?
Yes, sir. Alabama and Kentucky have really worked on numeracy, and they're showing very good results, very positive results, and we've met with some of the leaders over there, and that's really what we base a lot of our bill on is the results that they've had in those places.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're on the reverse repealer, Senator, so we'll have to adopt that now.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the amendment for the reverse repealer.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, we've adopted the committee substitute. Now we need to adopt the bill, Senator.
I think Senator Hill. I'm sorry.
No, we don't have any questions, Senator. We need to go. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to speak on the bill? Okay. I didn't see your light, Senator. I'm sorry. I forgot. All right. Senator Hill's recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you. I appreciate the work Senator Boyd has done on this, and it's definitely needed, and I think it's moving in the right direction, and I appreciate her putting a reverse repealer in it. But what I would say is if there's no accountability measure in it, we're not going to see results, in my opinion. The 3rd grade gate was controversial, but in the end, I had the support of the Republicans and the Democrats in this chamber. It was a bipartisan bill, and it worked. And the people that it helped most were our lowest performing minority kids. They're leading the nation in reading improvements. So if we took out any type of demographic disparities, we would be number 1. We would be number 9. We'd be number 1. So my thought is that same method should work across any curriculum. It should work across math. It should work across history, geography. Any type of curriculum that you would want to model after that, it would work. I'm not saying these other states are not making progress in math, but in 2017, we passed a bill that said kids are supposed to be literate in cursive writing and reading by the end of 5th grade, okay? That was bipartisan. But we didn't put any accountability measure in there. We just said teachers are supposed to give them a test to determine whether they can read and write cursive. But I know kids who have gone through the 5th grade since 2017, their parents tell me they're not being taught cursive. They still can't maybe even sign their name barely. So we know, because there was no accountability measure in there, that those schools, the vast majority of them, are not doing what the law says in teaching these kids to read and write cursive. And I'm afraid without some type of accountability, benchmark, or gate, that we may put a lot of money into this, but then we're not going to see results if their feet is not held to the fire. Because when I taught school, I had kids passed up to me in 5th grade. No sped ruling, nothing wrong with them, just been passed. They didn't know their 2 timetables. They didn't know their 3 timetables. They could barely spell anything past their name or cat and dog when they got to me in the 5th grade. So that's my concern. And also, just like yesterday when we talked about the funding formula that got sideways and schools started taking money from the gifted program because they were shorted money that they thought they were going to get in this new accountability model, and we're having to fix that. This math thing, the United States was the only country in the international test that had been steadily improving their math scores over a number of years, including our minority students were making more improvements than any of the other OECD countries. But then we decided that we were going to adopt Common Core, and the math was the worst part of it. And we saw our country drop 15 points internationally. Our nation went down 15 countries after we adopted that. Gulfport did the pilot program on Common Core math. Their algebra scores on the state algebra exam went from 97%. They dropped 40 points after they adopted Common Core. That's why our algebra readiness is where it is now. We did it to ourselves by not listening to the people who had developed the best math and language arts standards in the country and listening to politicians from the Business Roundtable, the governors' associations across the country, and people that had no idea what they were doing. So I want to support Senator Boyd and what she's trying to do because it desperately needs to be done, but I want us to work. And hey, if we get results like we did in third grade GATE, the money is worth it to develop a valid test that these kids would have to meet. Because when George Bush foolishly put No Child Left Behind in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, that meant that teachers thought they had to pass a kid regardless. And when you pass a kid that's not ready to go to the next grade, you're setting them up to be a dropout because they don't want to be embarrassed and they don't want to be behind. So we want to hold them accountable and do the best for their future while they're in the lower grades and then continue to make sure they make progress. So I want to work with Senator Boyd on this. I want to get a test put in there, okay? I know people are tired of testing, but you've got to have some type of accountability. I hate the Praxis test. The only reason we have that sorry test is because the Praxis people had the best lobbyists over here. We ought to have ACT as the benchmark. And I fought for that too. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And we did great things on the third grade reading gate bipartisanly, and I want to help Senator Boyd get to the point to where we were on the third grade reading gate with some type of math gate.
Senator Boyd, you can reply.
I think she said it all, Mr. President. I move to adopt by use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Tate.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I think this is appropriate that we have with us today some gifted students from Southeast. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if y'all will direct your attention to the West and South galleries. Y'all will please stand. These are some 5th and 6th graders from Southeast Middle School. Y'all will please make them feel welcome.
Welcome. We're glad you're here. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 36, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2483, J.P. Wildman Jr. Financial Literacy Act, enact.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2483 is known as the J.P. Wildman Jr. Financial Literacy Act. I think it's an excellent time to follow math with this bill. This would require, as you see in Section 1, beginning in the 27-28 school year, the Board of Education will incorporate financial literacy components within existing curriculum offered in grades 6 through 8. This is preparing them to complete a half Carnegie unit in either the 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th grade in financial literacy. One of the things that we understand in the state of Mississippi, we are one of the least banked people. I think we have the most unbanked people, and that causes great problems in the future. Senator Wildman was a banker in his lifetime. He pushed this bill for many years. The banking community today strongly supports this. MDE has been consulted in this language. As it relates to a half Carnegie unit, I'm going to leave that to MDE to make sure how they implement that. A question came up in committee whether this adds a half Carnegie unit. I'm going to let MDE weigh in on that to see if they can include this in current circumstances, but also pointed out that we have a lot of students when they reach that 11th and 12th grade year that seem to be going home at noon, and it doesn't appear that there's a lack of time to do these courses, but the need for this course, and if you look at the language, and I'm working on the strike through, I apologize, around line 421, probably a little bit further up than that, is you will see in addition to any financial literacy standards that are administratively required, by the department in a career and college readiness course. We want this program to include financial decision-making, earning and income, tax obligations and withholdings, personal budgeting, saving, spending, cash flow management, financial services, understanding credit, using credit, what a credit report is, interest calculations, what it means to save money, compounded interest, what it means to buy on a credit card that has an interest rate. Again, post-secondary education financing, I think this is very important. People are making those decisions. We've put a lot of money into the Career Coach program to try to guide people toward careers that have a return on investment, that we teach our students to understand they're giving up time and money to go seek an education, and that they will question if that education, based on loans, repayment, they can do a cost-benefit analysis for their employment to know, am I making the right decision, to go along with our career coaches guiding them. And then the last one is very important in today's world: consumer rights, identity protection, and fraud avoidance. One of the side benefits of financial literacy being taught and including this component is that we're teaching them for safety of passwords and so many things that are online now. We see so many of our older population being defrauded by scams, so many with AI and different things. The phishing expeditions online that they do are so good now that they're tricking people. So not only that, but think about the age of people we're talking to. Teaching them about identity protection and online behavior could also offset other predatory online behavior that is not financial, that affects our children. That is a brief explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I would yield to any questions.
Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Senator Sparks, I applaud you on this. I think this is one thing that can move the needle dramatically with financial literacy for our young people. About my second year here, I was trying to do something of this nature, and short story, as I understood it, and I could be incorrect, I was told this was already in statute. And it just so happened I had a junior in high school at that time, so I kind of dug into this. And what I found was there was a financial literacy course, maybe a little bit different than this, that was buried in the college and career course that as a junior or senior our people take. And in asking my daughter, she said, yeah, I think we spent a morning on that. So my conclusion of that was it's really a priority as to whether it's taught or not. If this is implemented, will this be a mandatory thing that the school districts have to spend this amount of time to teach our young people?
That's the purpose of the Half Carnegie unit. While I'm not trying to dictate how many Carnegie units it takes to graduate, what you just said is the reason it's written the way it's written, is that I don't want you to roll this into some existing course for 1 week of touching on all these subject matters. This matters. This is the difference between our people being financially successful. This is the difference between our people accumulating wealth. This is the difference between our people drowning in debt. So I expect it to be a legitimate Half Carnegie unit, as the law states, and to cover that base.
Thank you. Senator Parks, I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hartness, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For you, for a question, Senator.
Senator Sparks, I guess I'm going to date myself. When we were in school, we had a course called bookkeeping, and one of them was balancing a checkbook. And it sounds as simple as this. I know kids today are using, debit cards, and they're not balancing. They just look at their statement on their sheet. Would there be an opportunity to in this finance to actually show them how to balance a checkbook?
I think that's an excellent question, because not only do they not write checks today, every bank wants you to take online delivery of your bank statements, which I patently reject, and I pay $5 a month right now to get the paper in my hand. If they ever deny sending it to me, I'll print it twice just to kill more trees, because we have forestry in this state and we need to sell more pine trees. You need to know your records. You need to be able to put numbers on a piece of paper and you need to be able to come up with a reconciliation. So while checks may be a thing of the past, yes, bank reconciliation is true, whether I'm doing it online or whether I'm not. And the biggest danger of not putting it on paper is those charges that you don't recognize because it comes online and you don't actually look at that piece of paper can stack up and add up, and then all of a sudden you got an NSF charge. So yes is the answer to your question. Basic bookkeeping, basic math is a part of this, whether the delivery mechanism today is more digital. Numbers matter, math is undefeated, and positives and negatives have to equalize.
One last question on money matters as far as, and I know everybody's had this same frustration. You go to a restaurant and you have somebody try to count change back to you. That's kind of been a lost art. I'd like to see that come back as well.
I agree, but with the loss of the penny, we're going to make it a lot easier on them if we're just moving up to the nickel. But you're correct. Basic math. I had to do multiplication tables on the board oftentimes because my behavior, I wouldn't hush when I was supposed to, and that was punishment. But I know that's hard to believe, but I learned by not writing "I must not talk" on the board. But Miss Bird Moore, who has departed this world many years ago in Belmont, helped us all learn our multiplication tables when we couldn't stay in our seat and keep our mouth shut. Thank you.
Okay, Senator, ready for motion?
Motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call. Member question or object? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator. Senator DeBar. We're on 37, sir.
Mr. President, call that item up. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2243, Don Triplett Act, an act to create Ombudsman Office and State Department of Education.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I ask you to recognize Senator Boyd to
Senator
explain
Boyd,
the
you're
bill.
recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have an act before us that's called the Don Triplett Act. And if you don't know who Don Triplett was, he was a constituent of Senator McConn's. He lived in Forest, Mississippi. He's the first person in the country to be diagnosed with autism. At the time when he was diagnosed, it was recommended that they put him in a sanatorium where he would stay for the rest of his life and live in that sanatorium. A mental institution, those of you who don't recognize what a sanatorium is, some of you are younger. Don's mother rejected that. She brought him back to Forest, and she said, no, there's more for him. He worked at the Forest Bank for many, many years. He traveled across the country. He was an avid golfer. He worked at that Forest Bank. He counted money, and he had a very productive life because there was a parent who fought, who said, I'm gonna make sure that he has a valuable life. I have parents that call me all the time. Y'all know that a lot of the work I used to do was working with parents of special needs children. They are fighting. They don't know sometimes what they're fighting for. Sometimes it's teachers fighting with school districts to try to help that child do this. One of the things that we kind of don't have, that we've missed along the way, that we do in many departments and government agencies across the country, every one of our hospitals has it. We have something called an ombudsman. If you're in our hospital and you're frustrated because you can't get your standard of care, you go to that ombudsman. Senator, you've worked with those, you know. In many of our companies throughout the country, they have ombudsmen. In our universities, we have ombudsmen. But what we don't have in our Department of Education is an ombudsman, someone who can help parents when they're having difficulty with the school district, they're having difficulty communicating with them. This is a customer service way that our Department of Education can have someone that directly responds with parents and helps parents kind of navigate that system. It's especially important when you have a child that has some unique exceptionalities, whether it be special ed or gifted, that's Senator Wiggins talked about yesterday. So what this does is it creates an ombudsman office in the Department of Education. It specifies the credentials to do this. The Department of Education is very supportive of this legislation, and we hope that we can help, because we're hearing parents, a lot of what House Bill 2 is about was some parents that were frustrated. They want a different system. Maybe we need to reform a little bit the system we're in. This is being responsive to parents, being proactive. I think also, too, it will prevent litigation, because when you get people talking to each other, we can solve a lot of those issues, and hopefully it will do that. So that's what the bill does. It simply puts somebody, and it creates an Office of Ombudsman Parental Assistance in the Department of Education. It makes sure that all confidentiality is applied. And that would be, we would ask for that to be implemented by December 31st of this year. That's an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question.
You for question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chairman, do you not think we should go outside of MDE as far as the persons being brought into the system? It's kind of like the appointment should be independent of the Mississippi Department of Education.
I think that's an excellent question, and it's one that was considered. We actually are putting them in the Department of Education. They will answer straight to the superintendent. They're not under a special department or anything. It will also help the Department of Education if they hear tremendous complaints coming in one particular area or not, that they will answer straight to them. And so we did look at that kind of in drafting the legislation as to what was really going to help, and we really do feel like they're being in that department and also answering to the department, the superintendent, they can help navigate these issues faster, and they'll be able to pull the appropriate parties in to answer that question. But it's a good question, and one that was very much considered.
But if they're being employed and their pay is coming from MDE, there's an undue influence. I mean, you're putting a wolf over the sheep. You know what I mean? It's, you need a little bit of transparency and separation.
Well, remember, these will be people that are, there will be a little bit of, these are people that are talking about a local school district. So they're complaining about something that's going on at their district. And I will tell you, from years of calling the Department of Education on behalf of families when there was a particular department, I didn't have the wolf over the sheep, but I had personal experience with that. When there were things that were wrong, I saw the department act on those particular issues. I would be very concerned if we move this to another agency or another entity, that they would not be able to get resolution as quickly as possible for some of these families, because the person that's working in that department will know the right places to go. Also, as they work directly for the state superintendent, they will know immediately the right places to go. So, Senator Seymour, I think we try this out. If we're seeing this, we'll come back in a couple of years and we'll make that change.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Simmons.
Question, Mr. President.
You for question, Senator? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. I think this is a great idea, and thank you for all your work on this, Senator Boyd. What is the total cost of implementation if we're trying to do this by December 31st of this year?
I think the total cost of this, we've estimated with fringe and everything, we've estimated to be below $150,000, really more like about $125,000, but $150,000 on the top end.
And will the person in this position have staff, or will they utilize the staff that's already at the department?
So right now, we would require one staff member. That's with fringe. That's their computer set up. This is the whole thing that would do with this. And it'll be a position that we monitor to see. I think it will be a slow uptick with people finding out about this. I think all the different parental groups will make sure that they publicize it out. But if I think we'll be able to see, what that looks like. But right now, it's expected to be an employee.
Thank you for yielding, and thank you for your work again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Eisman.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Boyd.
You yield for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Isom is recognized.
I just wanted to ask, do we have social workers in all of the schools?
No, ma'am, we do not have social workers in all of our schools. And we have the counselors even that we have in all of our schools are very spread out. We have some schools that have a counselor for every, couple hundred students, and then we have some that they have one counselor for the entire school district.
Great.
Okay. Because that position, I know in other school systems, it works a lot. It helps to alleviate some of the problems that you're speaking of. Just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
Ask that
Senator Hobson.
Question, Mr. President.
You have a question, Senator. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Boyd. I think you said this in your explanation. Is this for special education only or for any problems?
It's for any problems that a parent's having difficulty with. Special education really is truly children that have IEPs. For the most part, that's what's considered special education. The most number of phone calls I get are children that have 504s, that have maybe they don't know how to, navigate if they have school districts have different issues on dyslexia or even other different issues like that. So this would be for all families if there's a particular issue that they can direct them with in regards to that.
Look, I think overall it's a good idea. I was hoping they already had somebody on staff that works within their department at MDE that can take care of these problems. But I think it's from a conceptual standpoint that the parents need to know, and this may be included in here, I just couldn't find it, the parents will need to know, or which parents can contact this ombudsman at the State Department to know how to take care of their problems. Because I can foresee, a parent that's upset about their child got dropped off late from the bus or something, then they're going to be calling and clogging up the system. Will NDE put the parameters on this, or is that something that we'll need to put in statute later?
MDE is, again, they are supportive of this legislation, and this is something we introduced last year. We had more conversations about it over this last year. So they will put the procedures in place to do that. And I think at first, Senator Hobson, we're going to have a few of those things, but I think as the process works through, we'll be able to alleviate that and really get this person really moving to help those families and bridging those gaps. Oftentimes what I found too, Senator Hobson, is the parents and the school were speaking two different languages, and as you know, you're a school board attorney, when you start dealing, particularly with special education, there's an entire sheet of acronyms. And so people start spitting them out and they start talking a different language. I used to be called in by school districts sometimes just to almost be the interpreter for that.
Yeah, you're right. It's a very difficult process to navigate for children that have special needs. My hope is, and if you agree with this, the good thing you mentioned, the fiscal cost is not that significant. But my hope is that maybe somebody at MD can redirect someone. I don't know what the demands are right now on MD, but I would love for you and I to visit with them about that, because I think overall this can be really good for a lot of people, and making sure that parents understand what needs to be done. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree, and I really do think, Senator Hobson, this could very much present litigation, because I know when those school districts called me in, they sometimes were at a point of it was about to go to litigation, and when we mediated, we could stop that from going forward.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Thank you, Senator Boyd.
Senator Isom, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You have for a question, please, ma'am? Senator Isom is recognized.
Okay. Just wanted to ask, the qualifications for the person that you're going to be bringing in place, have you all already decided on the qualifications?
So it's actually included in the legislation, Senator. They have to have a bachelor's degree plus 9 years experience, or a master's with 8 years of relative experience, and must demonstrate strong interpersonal and communication skills. And we know that really experience is the key portion of this bill, someone who has that experience to help them navigate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator, ready?
Mr. President, I ask that we adopt by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Cards voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Carter,
Introduction out of order.
please proceed.
Mr. President, we have the reigning state champs of the 7A football in the gallery. If you would all stand. Y'all stand up, boys. I would like to mention that they spanked Tupelo, which happens to be Senator McMahon's district. And so I rise. Thank you, guys. I'll see y'all downstairs on the second floor. We're going to take a little pic. All right.
Thank y'all. Congratulations, everyone. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 38 and retain its place on the calendar. Call up item 39. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2292, school curriculum require the schools teach civics courses before completion of high school.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the
Senator
bill.
Wiggins, you're recognized. Ready?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for doing this. And Mr. President, we will have an amendment at the desk, or we do have an amendment at the desk. This is the civics bill that we passed last year. It tracks with what you heard Senator Sparks actually talk about on math. This is an important issue. The civics, our children learning civics, our branches of government, how they interact. This is unfortunately not being taught like it needs to be. It would be a separate course from the government course that is taught in 8th grade, and this applies to the high school, and training for teachers would begin in the summer of this year, and to allow for that to be implemented. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. Mr. President, I do have an amendment.
Okay, are there any questions? Senator Butler, for what purpose? You have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Butler.
I do.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Senator Wiggins, I think that's a very good idea that you have. And can you tell me what basic courses they will cover in that civic program?
Well, that's left up to MDE. I've talked with MDE. They're going to develop the courses. The course in the legislation, it lays out that it has to be factual, the history of the United States, based in fact. But as far as how it's to be structured, that's under the purview of MDE.
Okay. And will it cover, do you know whether or not it will cover some of the understanding the economic system?
I'm sorry?
Do you think it will covering some of the economic system of the state of government, the economic system?
I think it would help to understand the capitalism, but I think maybe what you're talking about, and that's what this amendment is going to address. There's some language in the bill that we needed to tighten up that Senator Hill pointed out in committee. And so we're going to address that with the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. See no further questions, Senator. Motion?
We on the amendment, Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, the amendment is before you, and to Senator Butler's question, it's striking the lines 33 through 34, taking that language out, and then adding in at lines 48, grounded in factual depiction of history and tradition of the United States. And that's what the amendment is. I'd be happy to take any questions. If there are no questions, I would move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Bryan for a question.
I have a question on the amendment.
Do you yield to Senator Bryan?
I do.
What is economic democracy?
That, correct, that's why we're taking it out. That is being stricken. That was really a typo in there, and it's there is no strict definition, so we're taking that out. It strengthens the bill by having it out of there.
Okay, any further questions? If not, the motion is that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion is that we pass the bill as amended on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. I think it would be a good time to go to lunch. You told me to take one? Okay. You got a quick one?
It can be as quick as they allow it.
I got you.
Let's take up, I got one more, Mr. President. One more.
One more.
One
Senator
more.
Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 40, have it retain its place on the calendar, call up item 41, have the title read.
We'll pass and retain item 40. Go to item 41. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2484, Building Regional Infrastructure for Diverse Growth and Education, Bridge Act, enact.
Senator Barr.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr.
Mr. President, I ask that we adopt the committee sub, and you recognize Senator Boyd to explain.
Senator Boyd, you recognize to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. This is Senate Bill 2484, the Bridge Act, which stands for Building Regional Infrastructure for Diverse Growth and Education, the Bridge Act. What this does is it charges the Department of Education with coming up with a plan that they will report back to us in October of next year, where they will look to identify partners in our regional entities that could do special purpose schools for both special education and career and technical education and workforce training. I had a call this year right at the end of July from a school superintendent, and he's kind of a rough, strong man, and his voice was breaking, and he was a little upset, and he said, Senator, he said, I've looked for months. I've tried salary bumps, I've tried all these things, and I'm about to have a child enter this school district that I'm not going to be able to provide FAPE, which is the standard of education that you have to have for a child with special needs. The child had some unique special needs, and we have a shortage of special education teachers across the state, especially those with high specialty areas. And he was really upset because he said, I know I have this kid that I'm coming to my school district, and I'm not going to be able to provide what they need. So he said, you've got to develop some regional special purpose schools where that they can flow into. Jackson County has already done that. They have an exceptional school that serves many of the children in Jackson County. There's some programs that the legislature funds with Little Lighthouse, with the P3 school, where students are able to enter in with those. We also started looking at the same time, particularly working with Accelerate, at what needed to be done in the CTE area. And there was a huge opportunity to look at that when it came to career and technical education. In some of our surrounding states, they've done a great job of that, of looking at what you can do with that career and technical education when you form those regional conglomerates. So what this bill does is it's basically a planning bill. It mandates the Department of Education to come back to us in October with a plan where they look at, through a multitude of opportunities, to identify places where that you could put these special purpose schools, whether it be for special education or for career tech. And in career tech, it requires coordination with Accelerate Mississippi. So it will then ask to identify pilot programs that could be done, and it has to have alignment with all state and federal regulations that are in effect. So that's what it does. It's basically a statewide planning and pilot framework where the department will come back to us in October with those plans. That's an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
This was a committee sub that you were explaining, correct?
Yes.
All right, see no questions. You move we adopt the committee sub, please.
I move that we adopt the committee sub.
The motion is we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt by the use of the morning roll call. We have an amendment.
We do have an amendment.
Okay.
Senator Hobson, you recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just to put a reverse repeater on it till we get a better feel about the cost of this. As we're looking at all the bills that are having fiscal notes and spending money, so I'm asking the body to support a reverse repeater being inserted into this bill. Thank you.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator, motion.
Motion is to adopt by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. So, Senator Blackwell, oh, wait a minute. First, any announcements before we break for lunch?
I got one more.
After lunch, Senator. You're going to get me shot. Senator Blackwell. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Blackwell. Hold on. Senator Williams, you have an announcement?
Request an announcement, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
I'd like to request with unanimous consent be added to co-author to Senate Bill items number 36 and 39 on today's calendar.
Okay.
And also, the ARPA bill that I did when we started the session, I've had a few mayors already reach out to me. I've talked to Corbin. He is preparing to send what you had at your desk to you electronically with people to contact in regards to your different districts. If you have any questions, come to me. I'm glad to help, but that information should be available to you before the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Blunt, announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold item number 5, Senate Bill 2202, on a motion to reconsider. And I would request unanimous consent to be added as co-author to items number 35 and 36 on today's calendar.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Okay, we got, oh, wow. Senator Mumford.
Thank you. I request to be added by unanimous consent to item number 12, Senate Bill number 2882.
So noted. Senator Seymour.
Announcement.
Thank you, Senator. You're recognized.
Thank you. I would like for the Senate to remember Miss Anita Jackson, one of our legislative assistants who is in the hospital as we speak.
Thank you, Senator, for that. Senator McClendon for an announcement.
Mr. President, by unanimous consent, I would like to be added to number 36, Senate Bill 2483, as well as number 39, Senate Bill number 2292.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator, let's see, Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added as a co-author for item number 39, 2292, and item number 36, 2483. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So noted. Senator Suber.
Thank you,
announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold item number 99, Senate Bill number 2629 on a motion to reconsider. It was on yesterday's calendar.
Please join the chairman.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gillespie Haslam.
Yes, Mr. President.
For
I'd like
announcement.
to be added to the bill 2243.
So noted. Senator Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added by Senator Tate, and I would like to be added by unanimous consent to Senate Bill, item number 36, Senate Bill 2483, and item 39, Senate Bill 2292.
So noted, Senator. Senator Seymour, you wish?
But not by unanimous consent, I'd ask the Senate to be added to item 39 and 41 on today's calendar.
Thank you, Senator. So noted. Senator Butler. Senator Butler.
Yes, Mr.
Announcement.
President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill number 36, 2483, and Senate Bill 37, 2443, and Senate Bill 39, 2292.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Younger? No? Okay. I think that's all the announcements. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an announcement, but first, with unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to items number 35, 36, and 39 on today's calendar.
Thank you, Senator. So noted.
And then the announcement is that immediate after recess, junior page pictures will be taken with the Lieutenant Governor and the following senators: Hickman, Suber, Younger, Kirby, Berry, and Barnett.
Okay.
And are you ready for my motion?
I'm ready for your motion, Senator.
Move the Senate stand in recess to 1:30.
Motion to stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess to 1:30.
order. Senator Fillingham, number 44, sir. Senator Barr passed and maintained 42 and 43 when I was leaving. Is that right, Senator Barr? Yes. Okay, so he passed 42 and 43, Madam Secretary, and so we go to 44 for Senator Fillingham.
I'd like to get item 44 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2232, Vehicle Safety Equipment, Increased Sanctions for Failure to Use and Divert Funds to Driver Safety Programs.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Barr to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you recall, a couple years ago, we passed the legislation that mandated driver's safety, driver education for students and everyone who seeks a new license beginning in, I believe it's next year. Well, because of that, the Department of Education has come forward this year with a appropriation request for the implementation of $6.7 million, and DPS has a request for $650,000. And so, talking to Commissioner Tyndall, he requested that we look at generating a revenue source rather than having an appropriation every year. And so what Commissioner Tyndall has come up with is increasing the fine on seatbelt violations. Currently, we have approximately a seatbelt violation now is a civil fine and will remain a civil fine. It's a violation. The fine for which is $25. This legislation will increase that fine up to $100. Approximately there are 35,000 seatbelt violations per year, 6,000 child restraint violations, for a total of over 41,500 violations per year. And so if we increase the penalty to $100, that would generate $3.3 million per year for the next fiscal year. Presently, the $25 fine stays with the counties, and this legislation will keep that the same. However, the additional $75 would be deposited into the driver's education funds. If you look on lines 34 of the legislation, we're diverting 60% of those funds to a new fund called the Driver's Training Penalty Assessment Fund, and 40% into the Use of Safety Seatbelt Education Fund. Basically, one for the Department of Education, one for the DPS, in order to implement and institute this driver safety, driver education courses. And so this will generate, like I said, a steady stream of revenue based on the number of violations and citations and convictions. And so I will, so basically what they're saying is this generates $2.5 million to those two funds, with the other remaining money, about $800,000, still going to the counties of the violation. So that's an explanation, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? One moment, please. Let Senator McCon get back to his desk here. Okay, Senator McCon, for what purpose, sir?
For an amendment at the proper time.
Okay, thank you. Proper time would be now. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, one moment, please. We have an amendment to the bill, Senator Barr.
No, we don't.
We don't have a committee, so. One moment, Senator, and Senator McCon, you'll be recognized. Let us get up on the screen for everyone. One moment, sir. Just a second. Okay, we're ready to go. Senator McConnell's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate and committee, which was a very thorough committee discussion among every bill that came out of Judge B this year. We did discuss some potential on the money, how it's going to be split, including what's currently going to cities or counties or whatever it may be. As we work through this, I know Senator Hickman was very interested in it. Senator DeBar's been in agreement. Senator Fillingane and I have talked about this. We just, we don't have all of that worked out right now, so my proposal would be to put a reverse repealer in it so we can continue working on this to get it where it needs to be. Any questions? I'll take them at this time, Mr. President.
Questions on the amendment to
If
place
not,
a
I would move
repeal
for
amendment?
adoption.
Senator DeBar, speak on the bill.
I think it's a friendly amendment.
Motion's been made. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill amendment is adopted. Senator DeBar, we are recognized.
I think we have one question.
I'm sorry, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator DeBar. Would this be the first time that we've diverted funds out of the general fund to a special fund out of traffic fine type of traffic fines that we used to have diverted to different accounts?
To my knowledge, it probably is, yeah, but you would know better than that, I would think.
Yeah. And I think years ago, we intentionally put it all back to the general fund so each agency could come ask for the money.
Yeah,
If we start diverting, it sometimes gets out of control, is what we saw previously. But was there any discussion about that in committee, about whether, as we start a diversion process, you start getting on the slippery slope of diversions?
I don't think that issue came up. I think it was, let's try to figure out a way that we're not having to ask the appropriations chairman every year to appropriate money to this fund or to this program. So, but like I said, we've got a reverse repealer. It may not make it through the final stages, and if it doesn't, then so be it. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator, we're ready.
My motion is we move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Madam Secretary, Chisholm, Hartness, Whaley, Williams, Blackwell, Barrett, Blackman, Suber, Seymour, Lane, Tate. Who's in the back there? Who is that? Tate, yeah. Dupree. Who's back there standing? Is that Rhodes? Rhodes. I can't see. You're standing behind the light, Senator. I couldn't see you there. Delano. Parks. Hobson. Barnett, Brumfield, McMahon, Butler, McClendon, Younger, Lane Taylor, we got yours. Fraser, Harkins, anyone else? All right, Mr. Clerk.
Okay.
Senator Wiggins to the vote. Okay. Senator Williams to the vote. One moment. Senator Jackson? No. Senator Jackson is no. Senator Williams to the vote. Would you hold one moment? We'll
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Tie vote. Yep. In the event of a tie vote, by call of the yeas and nays of the division or any main or subsidiary member, the president presiding at the time of such vote shall cast a deciding vote. I cast no. Bill fails. Please inform the governor that Senator DeBar and I voted separately. All right, gentlemen, back to the Senator Thompson. Let's go. You have any other announcements, anyone, before we start? All right, Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item number 45, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2401, Workforce Development, extend certain dates of repeal and make technical amendments.
I make the usual motions.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I ask that Senator Sparks be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2401 extends the repealer for Accelerate Mississippi. As many of you know, this is the workforce coordinator in the state of Mississippi that we established about 4 or 5 years ago. We'll extend that repeal date out to 29. It also has some technical changes to where the Department of Finance was listed, which it should be the Department of Employment Security, because the Department of Employment Security is where Mississippi Accelerate Mississippi resides. It also changes some federal language about Workforce Investment Act. It is now called the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, WIOA, which is just simply going with what the federal law uses as far as the language. The only changes that I would put in the clarification department is that Accelerate Mississippi is tasked with coordinating our workforce training across the state with K-12, community college, IHL, and any other groups. But the other thing that they do is when we have an economic development project that may come to an area, they are tasked with helping recruit, train, and generate employees for that business. It helps us with our speed to market, and you will see the language that is underlined addresses their exclusion from the PPRB is for the leasing of real property or agreements for equipment, training, recruitment, construction, or renovation for the purpose of conducting agency business. That is, again, when they are setting up a quick start type situation and need to get equipment and have trainers to come in working with our economic development partners. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll calls requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Part is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Thompson, 46, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item number 46, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2402, the AMI Act, remove grace period for lobbyists registering with the Secretary of State's office after lobbying.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I ask that Senator Boyd be recognized to
Senator
explain
Boyd,
the
you're
bill.
recognized to explain the bill.
This bill comes before you today. At the very beginning of the session, a number of senators, some of them who are sponsors of the bill, had a text that was sent out on a number of us from AMI. So that is why it's called AMI's Act. It was sent from an organization that was not registered with the Secretary of State, nor after doing due diligence could we fund this organization. So before an entity engages in lobbying, and this is what is included in the lobbyist definition, which this bill does not touch, all this bill does that says prior to beginning lobbying with an organization, you have to register. We've taken out the 5-day grace period, and then we've got conforming legislation at the end on about the penalties. So that's all the bill does. It changes in line 16. Instead of giving you a 5-day grace period to register, you have to register prior to beginning lobbying for that client. That's an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Mr. President, I would move supply of sufficient due pass by use of the morning roll call.
Well, half of that's right. Senator proposes utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present. Seeing none. Senator Whaley, for what purpose? Senator, you recognize. Senator Thompson, you recognize. Senator Whaley.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, we have with us Tate County Board of Supervisors, Mr. Tony Sandridge, on behalf of myself, Senator McClendon, and Senator Jackson, ask that he stand, and the Senate please make him feel welcome.
All right, Senator Thompson,
Mr.
46.
President, ask that item number 47 pass and hold its place on the calendar.
47 retains its place on the calendar. Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like your item number 48, ask it to be called up and title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2650, Mississippi Emergency Communications Authority Act, bring forward.
Usual motions.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to ask that Senator Delano be allowed to explain the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Delano, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill just brings forward the code sections. There are no changes that are proposed at this time. The reason we're bringing this forward is that the advisory board that is required to provide guidance back to the legislature has not had an opportunity to provide us with that guidance, and we may need to make some technical changes later on this session, but that's an explanation of the bill, what it does at this time, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If there are no questions, I'll suggest the use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Wish to record the voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Pope, you recognize for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed, sir.
If we look up, we have Mr. Ronnie White from Montgomery County Supervisor, Mr. Willie Townsend, Montgomery Supervisor, and my own Mr. Anwan Brown from LaFleur, and then also we have Mr. Otis Griffin from Coahoma County, County Administrator. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, Senator Johnson, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get going, may I make an introduction out of order?
Please proceed.
Thank you. In the South Gallery, we have one of my good friends and Perry County Supervisor, Tim Wise. Please help make him feel welcome. Mr. President, I'd like to skip items 49 and 50 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar, and then go to item 51 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2711, Mortgage Origination Agreement, prescribed statements to be included in borrow files.
I make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This one has a committee substitute. I ask that we bring it forward in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Please recognize Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I make an introduction out of order before I begin to explain the committee sub?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. In South Gallery, I can see at least my supervisor, Greg Collier, former president of Mass. I believe I see Donnie Wood. And do I have other Etowah County supervisors? All right. Well, if you would, please make those folks from Northeast Mississippi feel welcome.
Good to see you, Greg. Good to see both of y'all. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2711 addresses manufactured homes and the filings required under federal and state law as it relates to loans that would be taken. This is language that was requested by the association, and that certainly we're going to follow anything that is under federal law, but there were some differences in interpretation, so this statute would clear that up. Obviously, a manufactured home falls into a personal property category where a non-manufactured home has real property attachment. So this is just clarification language so that lending will be appropriate to those who have a manufactured home, and whatever disclosures that are required and paperwork that is required is in line with what is expected under a manufactured home. That is a brief explanation of the bill, and I would yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
You got to adopt this. You got to adopt it first.
Excuse me, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, sir.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Anyone object to procedure? Board is voting no. Present. Seeing none, it passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Johnson, 52.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 52 and 53 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar.
Retain their place on the calendar. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Bryan. You recognize Senator Bryan on 54, sir?
I go to item 54 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2549, Radiologist Assistance Provides License to Qualification for and Authority, Authorized Preliminary Interpretation Report with Initial Observations.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed,
I
Senator.
ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This bill, basically all it does is codify the requirements to become a radiology assistant, including graduation from a radiologist assistant education program accredited by the American Registry of Radiological Technologists, a radiological practitioner assistant school with a radiologist assistant certification from AART, passage of the radiologist assistant examination provided by the AART, and current and unencumbered registration as a radiological technologist with the Mississippi State Department of Health. Basically, again, all this does is clarifying what a radiologist assistant may do. Current law simply says that a radiologist assistant may not interpret images. This bill would provide that a radiologist assistant can notify healthcare providers treating the patient that the ordered imaging procedures have been completed, communicate their initial observations to the radiologist, and communicate the radiologist's final or preliminary interpretation to other healthcare providers. And I have an amendment at the proper time, but that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, one moment, sir. We'll put the amendment up. One moment.
What this amendment does is, we, in consultation with the department and the radiological assistant folks, we wanted to give them a little bit more flexibility, so the new language is except as otherwise provided in this subsection, and then you can read the below component also. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, sir?
Yes.
Senator Seymour is recognized for a question on the bill.
Under the review of the assistant, will a certified radiologist dictate a...
Yes, the radiologist assistant. All this does is going to allow him to communicate that result to another practitioner. Right now, they can't do it.
Well, what good is their word anyhow? I mean, if they're not, their opinion, if they're not certified
Well,
as a radiologist.
the radiologist, they're not a radiologist. They're a radiologist assistant. So the doctor will be the one that interprets the image. This will allow them then to communicate that interpretation to other practitioners.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? This court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 55, Senator Bryan. Retain, place on the calendar, Senator Boyd. Pass and retain 56, 57, 58, Senator DeBar. We're on 59, Senate. Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir? Why are you coming up?
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the South Gallery, we have with us three of Lincoln County's finest board members, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Eli Ferguson, John Hart, and Keith Lewis. If y'all will stand up so we can recognize you. Thank y'all for being here.
All right, Senator Boyd, passed and retained. Senator DeBar on 59, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip 59 and 60, retain their place on the calendar. Jump to 61 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2494, Regional Education Services Agencies, specify authority for bulk purchasing.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the committee substitute, and you recognize Senator McMahon to explain.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. What we've got here is a RESA bill. There are 6 regional education service centers throughout the state. These organizations exist to help public schools unify educational information and conduct bids for the ability to leverage their purchases. And so that's what the bill does. It's brought to you by for Senator Boyd and myself, and it's a small change. We're just trying to be sure to clarify that they have the ability to include bulk purchasing, and then I have an amendment as well. I'd like to explain the amendment.
Questions?
If there are any questions, so what the amendment does.
Well, we'll adopt this, adopt it first and then amend it, sir.
We move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Now we're on the amendment, sir.
Am I recognized to explain?
You're recognized on the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So there's been some problems with the RESAs in the way that they put out the bids and the way the auditor's office has interpreted the law. We want to this amendment clarifies that the bid process is open and it has to be advertised, and that's all it does. It's a very simple change, and it allows the amendment will allow these regional education systems to leverage their purchases when they're buying electronic equipment or books or pencils or whatever the purchase may be. And that's what the amendment does. And if there aren't any questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If there aren't any questions on this small technical change, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Passage on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator McMahon.
I yield.
Senator DeBar, Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett, pass and retain. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. Senator Turner Ford. Senate, we're on 64. Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 64 on today's calendar be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2056, Controlled Substances, provide for automatic scheduling of certain substances if federal scheduling occurs.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What Senate Bill 2056 proposes to do, it would allow for the automatic scheduling of psilocybin in the event that the federal government schedules it. It's currently listed as a Schedule 1 compound. It's a derivative of mushrooms, and it is going through a large-scale clinical trial for the treatment of treatment-resistant depression. And so if the bill is adopted and the federal government acts when the legislature is not in session, the drug will be scheduled according to the federal schedules only until the session reconvenes, and at that time we can act to decide if we want to allow it to remain as scheduled or to deschedule it. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator, on 65.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that that item be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2117, Uniform Controlled Substances Act, revised Schedule 1.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2117 is basically the technical bill that comes up before the Drug Committee annually. What occurs during this process is the State Board of Health reviews the schedulings that have come out of the federal government, and then they make recommendations to the legislature for scheduling. And what is proposed here is that 13 substances would be added to Schedule 1. Basically, they have been determined to have no legitimate medical use. They act on the central nervous system, and again, and also some of them have are derivatives of fentanyl. So I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll
Adoption
call.
by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object? Wish to be called as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 66, Senate Bill 2567. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2567, Mississippi Pediatric Access to Critical Health Care Protection Act, enact.
I make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would allow a pediatric border hospital to participate in the MHAP program. They had been a participant in the past, and we had a reverse repealer that had died. So anyway, we're just reinstating this provision. That's explanation of the bill, and I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. One moment, Senator. We'll put the amendment up. It's up. We're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. In consultation with the department and this provider, and to take advantage of the big, beautiful bill, we wanted to add some flexibility. So on line 3, we're going to add or another Medicaid statutory or regulatory authority, and the same thing further down in line 6. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move
Senator.
for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, passed by use of the morning roll call. Senator Blackwell, 67 and 68. Pass and retain. Thank you, sir. Senator Barrett. Senator Barrett, you're recognized. Senate, we're on 69.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to call up item 69 and request the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2203, State Agency Property Authorized DFA as central leasing agent for all state agencies.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I'd ask that Senator Blunt be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, if you've been here for a while, you're familiar with this bill. We've passed it many times over the course of the past 3 terms. The bill before you today is sponsored by Senator Michelle and me. I'll briefly explain it for our new members and for any members that do have questions. The bill does 2 things. Right now, state agencies lease in the Metro Jackson area more than 100,000 square feet, paying more than $14 million a year in rent to private landlords. This is not done in any systematic fashion. Every agency essentially has the right, if they follow a few very general steps, to lease wherever they want at any price they want, particularly special fund agencies. What the bill would do is put all leasing of privately owned space by state agencies in the hands of the Department of Finance and Administration for agencies that are in the Metro Jackson area. And then secondly, if the lease is available within the Capitol Complex area, which is to say near where we are right now, that agency would be moved into that area if the rent is less than what they're paying right now. The only way to really reduce our footprint and to save money is to have one agency that has the ability to package a lot of these smaller leases into one master lease, so people can share a conference room, they can share an IT room, they can share copying, they can share, maybe even share personnel. There's no personnel in this bill, but that could be an ultimate savings as a result. So DFA would be the central leasing agency in the Metro Jackson area for state agencies. I do have an amendment on the desk. Senator Seymour had a good question in the committee. The bill brought forward the code sections and the leasing authority of every agency in state government and took that away. Some of those agencies would not have been affected by this bill, but for further clarification, there is an amendment on the desk that removes the State Fire Academy, the Tom Bigby River Valley Water Management Association, the Pat Harrison Waterway District, the Coast Coliseum, the various port authorities, which again, I want to say were never subject to the bill, but shouldn't really have been in the bill to begin with. And so for clarification, I would like to move adoption of that amendment, and then if we can get that passed, I'll be happy to yield for any questions on the bill as amended. Are there any questions on the amendment to delete the non-Jackson area agencies that I just named? If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Thompson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for questions?
Yes.
Sir? Senator Thompson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Blunt. Just to understand, you mentioned these other agencies that are currently, like the Coast Coliseum and the Waterway Districts. Your amendment would take them out of the bill?
The agencies that I just named, they were the State Fire Academy, the Tom Bigby River Valley Water Management Association, the Pat Harrison Waterway District, the Coast Coliseum, and 3 state port authorities were in the bill because the bill was originally drafted, just brought forward the code section that dealt with leasing authority across state government. They would not have been covered in this because we were not going to move the State Fire Academy to downtown Jackson or the Coast Coliseum to downtown Jackson. But when the bill was originally drafted, in order to remove each individual agency's leasing authority, every agency that had that code section was in the bill. So so there's no confusion. Senator Seymour asked about this, and we're taking them out, so there's absolutely no confusion. They are not affected by the bill. We're not going to move the Coast Coliseum office to downtown Jackson.
Understood. I appreciate it. Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to die on that hill right now. So, move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator McMahon,
A quick question.
will you answer for a question, sir?
Of course.
You're recognized.
Yes.
Tom Bigby Regional Water, it's been taken out of the bill or it's in the bill?
They were originally in the bill. They would not have been affected by the bill even though they were in it, but their code section was in it, so they were in the bill. I don't want any confusion from anybody, so the amendment that we're about to vote on takes them out of it, so there is no confusion.
That's what I want to be sure
they're not
of.
going to be affected.
That's headquartered in the area I represent. Thank you.
I understand. Yes, sir. We don't
Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Introduction at the proper time.
One moment, sir. Senator England. Senator Sparks.
A question on the amendment. I have a question on the bill, but just a question on the amendment at this moment.
Please.
The folks that you've removed understand you're only talking about the Jackson area.
Right.
Specifically, Accelerate Mississippi is located in the Jackson area. While they are not an agency, they fall underneath the Department of Employment Security, and the bill we just passed a few minutes ago allows them flexibility in that leasing situation. So I would ask, maybe after you get through your presentation of the bill, before we send it to the House, that we make sure there's not an unintended recapturing of them that would have conflict with what we just passed.
I'll be happy to talk to you about that. I don't know. You can educate me on what the other bill does, and I don't know this exact situation on the Department of Employment Security, and I can't. This type's too small on this, but if the Department of Employment Security is leasing privately owned space in the Jackson area for purposes of a state function, not a regional function, then they would be covered under the bill. But if we need to talk about that specifically, I'll be happy to we'll work through it, and if we need to fix it, we'll fix it.
Thank you.
Senator Harkins,
Question?
you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Harkins, recognized.
So I'm trying to pick up, the strike-through wouldn't load up on my computer, but is the PRV in this? Is that part of it?
Don't believe so. I think the amendment was designed to take everybody out, but I don't know that for certain. So if they're in here, they need to come out. Because again, I think the language was already in the bill. I want to emphasize, the language was already in the bill that if you serve a regional purpose, you're not going to be moved. And obviously, the Pearl River would be that, but I can't, it's a big fat bill, and I can't look through and tell you everything.
I'll check with council.
Let's check, and we'll, if it's in there, I'm happy to hold it and take them out. I think we're on the amendment, Mr. President.
We are.
So I would move adoption of the amendment. And
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Okay, back on the bill again. I'm happy to answer any questions. What we're trying to do is save the state money. The state is spending more than $14 million a year just in the Metro Jackson area leasing privately owned space. And the two ways you can get that cost down is to rent cheaper space and rent less space. And the only way to do that is to put DFA in charge of it to reduce our footprint and to try to find cheaper rent. And Senator Harkins knows, Senator Michelle knows where the cheapest rent is in the area. And also by consolidating people and by putting them all in the same area, I think that just makes sense for our constituents, wherever they come from, and they need to come to Jackson and do business. So that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Sparks has a question, Senator.
Yes.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
You, Senator?
Yes, thank
Senator
you.
Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this bill is effective upon passage, the first thing, or based on what I'm reading at the bottom, what is the issue with current leases? Would all current leases be allowed to expire? I don't disagree with the premise of your bill, but what would happen with current leases? Would they run to their expiration date?
Those are contracts, and we'd honor those contracts.
Okay.
So we wouldn't break it. We would not break any leases. But what DFA would do is they would look at all the leases, look at when they expire, and try to get everybody on a schedule so we can master lease space and consolidate them in one place. But current leases would obviously be respected as contract.
All right, then the other thing, I don't think the bill has a reverse repealer, since the question I have with Accelerate Mississippi would fall into the definition as I've understood that you've done it with the bill. And then my concern, although again I support the premise, is certain agencies you can put side by side one another. In Tishomingo County, we're trying to build a justice court, and we can have youth court there, and it would make sense to put child protective services there. So I appreciate that, but I do have a little bit of concern if DFA is only going to look at square footage cost, and we're going to put parole and probation next to child protective services. It's kind of about as sensical as we let sex offenders come and update at the driver's license bureaus and stand in line with 16-year-olds getting their license. It seems like that could be done somewhere else. So I guess my question is, would you entertain a reverse repealer in the bill?
First, I would prefer that we not, and that we hold it and deal with Senator Harkins' questions and yours. I want to say that most of these agencies are in state office space, and they're not going to be changed. And the whole square footage issue has been greatly improved by DFA, frankly, as a result of the fact that we passed this bill 15 years ago for the first time in the Senate. With regard to your specific agencies, I don't know who's in privately owned space and who's in state-owned space. And your Accelerate bill, I would prefer to pass it, hold it, and make sure we've got it right, and everybody who's not supposed to be in it is taken out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Harkins, for what purpose?
Question.
You, Senator?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. I get what you're aiming to do. My question is this function is not being currently performed by DFA, is it?
That's correct.
All right. Do they have the staff to, as well as you and Senator Michelle and others know, I mean, going through leases takes a little bit of time. Do they have the staff to do this, to carry out this?
Currently, they don't. Currently, there's nobody who works in either at DFA or in any of these agencies that really has any expertise to deal with leasing office space.
Yeah.
There's somebody usually at a small agency or board or commission who gets stuck with doing this and really doesn't know how to do what you do. The savings, I believe, is going to be substantial. Right now, DFA doesn't have a person who can do this because they're not doing that job. There's really nobody in state government who is trying to do this job, and that's really the reason for the bill. DFA is probably going to need some help. I've talked to Liz Welch about that, but I'm convinced that whatever is required to have a person or two over there is going to be a lot less when you consider that we're spending more than $14 million in rent a year in rent every year.
Do you know how many different agencies or how many different leases potentially could be under review, or how much?
Yes, we went through it line by line last year with DFA, and I have that. I need to print it with bigger type, but I have it here. There's one agency in Rankin County, and most of them are in Jackson. In fact, most of them are already within the confines of the CCID. If you look at Child Protection Services, Human Services, they're in privately owned buildings right now. And they would not be moved, but that doesn't mean that they can't use their space more effectively and other people can't be located within that same footprint. But I do have that list, and I'll be happy to share it with you.
Okay. Do you know off the top of your head, is it 100 leases? Is it 50 leases? Is it 200?
I would say, I think in Rankin...
And I won't hold you the number. I mean, I'm just curious as to ballpark.
Sure. There is one lease in Rankin County is the Board of Funeral Services, and they are leasing about 2,000 square feet. There are, looks like 5 or 6 leases in Madison County, 4 of which are the Department of Health, one is the Board of Architecture, and one is the Board of Nursing. The rest of them are in Hinds County, and most of the ones in Hinds County are already downtown. If you look at, you've got Department of Revenue out in Clinton, Human Services, Child Protection Services, and a few more.
So how many in total do you estimate are in Hinds County? I'm just trying to, in my mind,
Sure.
I'm wondering, are we talking about 50 leases? Are we talking about 150 leases? Are we talking about
Sure.
300 leases?
I could count it for you right now, but I'll just say eyeballing it, based on, and we went through this line by line with DFA last year, 1 in Rankin, 6 in Madison, and I would guess 25 in Hinds.
So you're thinking 30 to 50 leases?
Something like that, yeah.
Max, okay. Well, I know you understand, and Senator Michelle and other realtors around here understand that sometimes the lowest price office space is probably not suitable in some instances. Is this something that y'all will take into consideration in this effort, or is this
I'm sorry.
Is this something that they're going to take into consideration as the condition? Is this an effort to get the lowest price for office space to bring people back?
No, we don't need to do that. I mean,
Okay.
we have a hard enough time, and we'll get to this in another bill. We have a hard enough time attracting and retaining good people if we're not going to ask them to work in a good place. But
Yeah.
but you know the market, and you know there's a lot of Class A available space available at very affordable rates near where we're standing right now.
There are Class A and there's probably Class D, and I just want to be cautious that we're being vigilant. But my concern is that we're putting a burden on DFA that they're not prepared for, and I just want to make sure we take that into consideration.
Well, thank you for those questions. I will say, one, we are requiring that their new lease be cheaper, but we're not requiring it to be the cheapest. We're just required it to be cheaper, and it is a new responsibility for DFA, but somebody ought to be doing this, and they're the logical agency to do it, in my opinion.
Seeing no further questions, we're ready, Senator.
Move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Did we adopt the amendment? Yes, we did. Okay. So use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Recorder voting no. Kirby? Harkins? Anyone else? Chisholm? Berry? Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, we'll move on from there with the negatives noted. Senator Hill? No. All right, Senator Hill, no. The noes have it. We'll noted. We'll move to The ayes have it, the noes noted. 70, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask to pass and retain items 70 through 73.
70 through 73 are passed and retained. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. As senior senator from Jackson County, it's my pleasure to make this introduction in the South Gallery and on behalf of Harrison, Jackson, Stone counties. We have Dr. Mary Graham from Gulf Coast Community College, Dr. Susie Brown and her team. So thank y'all. Y'all do a great. Please stand so we can give you a round of applause. And George County too.
Welcome, Mary. It's good to have you here. Good to see you again. Okay, Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, I have two special people from my county. I have my supervisor, District 5, Bryce Light, and our Economic Development Director, Lindsay Ward. Would you stand so we can make you welcome?
Thank you.
And they do a great job, and this young supervisor has been extremely impressive to me already.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I go to the next item on the calendar, can I be recognized for an introduction out of order?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. As everyone's favorite senator from Jackson County, and I would pay note to the second favorite, Mr. Mike Seymour, Senator Mike Seymour. We would like to introduce Supervisor Randy Bosarge for being here today in the South Gallery. Thank you. I guess we can say so for Bryce too, but thank you for being here.
Good to see you, Randy. Good to see you again. We'll see you soon. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 74 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2096, MDITS and SOS required established minimum cybersecurity standards for SEMS.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for Senator Bart Williams to be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As everyone knows, I think everyone in this chamber, election integrity is very, very important. This bill speaks to election integrity and cybersecurity. This bill comes at the request of the Secretary of State's office. They have spoken with ITS, and this bill would require ITS to set up the rules and standards for cybersecurity protection at the county levels as it involves elections. They will have to do that by January 1 of 2027. They'll have to promulgate the rules. They'll have to be implemented by January 1 of 2028. I have spoken, obviously, to the Secretary of State and ITS, and they are in collaboration on doing this. As you know, there's some counties that are probably doing a very good job at deploying and implementing this, and others, for whatever reasons, chiefly probably budgetary or not. This will kind of level the playing field, and as we mentioned yesterday, we know that cybersecurity is one of our biggest threats that we will face currently and going forward. This is not an unfunded mandate. If counties need financial assistance, the Secretary of State's office will set aside Federal Help America Vote Act grant funds for counties to request assistance in conducting cyber audits and implementation of this. As I understand it, this will not be an unfunded mandate. With that, I will yield for questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing one moment. Senator Harkins. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You're
President.
here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator, you're recognized.
Senator Williams, you and I have talked briefly about this, and I've been in my clerk's office more times than I can count.
Yes, sir.
Does this bill include, like what you and I talked about Bluetooth access and that type of thing when you're talking about cybersecurity, or?
It does not speak directly to that. What it does is charge ITS setting up rules that will be administered that set the minimum standards that would have to be implemented in order to protect our election machines and the things that use the internet as it relates to cybersecurity.
Are you aware of the counties that are all 82 counties included on the same system, or are they all different?
Well, each county has its own system. I think the software, I believe that the Secretary of State's office has software that they've implemented that the counties will communicate with. I do not know if it's the same software that each of the 82 counties uses, but I know there's a minimum standard that will have to be met in order for it to integrate with the election system that the Secretary of State has.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Senator, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing here. So is this going to require every county to do an audit, or if it's there an event that arises or their trigger that causes them to do like a cybersecurity, whatever?
It's my understanding this will be more of a preventive measure instead of a reactive measure. We have a minimum standard that this will set up. The Cyber Board of Directors we did a couple of years ago has what's called a minimum standard of things we should do as far as quality of routers and different protections we've got as you access the internet. This will allow us to get all 82 states at the same level. If they're not, the funds would be available to help those states get there. And if they're not, would that be personnel? Would that be hardware? Maybe both. That would supply it so we can get it at that minimum standard so that when they access the internet with election information, we've met that minimum gate, if you will.
Okay, and just want to make sure, so you're saying that if a county does not have what they need once they've run an audit, that there are funds available that they'll be able to apply for, and that, like you said, whether it's to get a tech person or personnel to upgrade the system or to buy equipment.
I'm being told 100 of the expense it would cost to implement what I'm calling the minimum standards would be covered by this fund that the Secretary of State's office has available to them. Yes, sir.
And is there a time period, a certain time period they will have to do things?
The
within?
rules, if we pass this legislation, the rules will have to be created by January 1 of 2027. They will have to be implemented by the counties of January 1 of 2028.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator?
I would move by passage by I would request passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Which will be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator England, 75.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Williams. Mr. President, I'd like to go to item number 75 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2386, Circuit Court, prohibit political candidates from addressing the public during court terms.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I ask that Senator Jeff Tate be recognized to explain this bill.
Senator Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2386 is a simple bill. What it does, current law right now, circuit judges must give candidates that are running in a political race time to be able to politic their jury, and I just do not believe that that's an appropriate time. This bill comes to us from our circuit clerks, and it'll just simply ban that from being able to happen. That's a simple explanation of the bill. We passed this out of this body a few years ago. I'll be happy to take any questions. There's no questions. I ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you for a question?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand you're saying that the circuit clerks say that this is not an appropriate time.
Correct. And then also, just for jurors and for families that are actually going through a trial, it's just not an appropriate time for a politician to come up and, get up on their soapbox.
But everyone who is a potential juror is a registered voter.
That's correct.
And this is a practice that has been recognized for many years.
That's correct.
And is someone under the impression that this actually disrupts the business of the court?
Yes, ma'am.
The speeches, or if they do address the venire, that tends to be in a brief manner, isn't it?
Well, the law says that they can have a reasonable amount of time to address the jury.
I guess I don't see the harm in it. And
That's
if
fine.
you could perhaps tell me what it is.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could tell me what the harm is, that's what I would request.
Well, I know 2 years ago we had someone state that they were running for office, and they said, oh, by the way, if you're over 65, absentee voting is going on downstairs, so you just go on down there and vote. And, you're not supposed to politic within 150 feet of a voting location, and the courthouse is a voting location during absentee voting.
Was that misinformation?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question,
Are you for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, on line 27, when you're laying this out as far with the judge, to address the public during court terms, court terms I'm perceiving as his elected time frame, which I think you're insinuating, or this might be in the courtroom only, right?
It would be in the courtroom. That's where I've been told it's been happening. Yes, sir.
So courtroom and court terms is the same terminology?
Within the term, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order at the appropriate time.
One moment, please. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question?
Yes, sir.
As I understand this, of course, this is during term of court, and you may have said this, and if you did, I apologize for missing it. Term of court, when this often occurs, is when litigants are awaiting getting to hear their case, or in a worst-case scenario as a trial attorney, when they're about to do voir dire, meaning everybody who's been selected for jury duty is mandatorily within the courtroom, and the judge stops the proceedings to let somebody say, hey, a race is going on and I'm a candidate, and you're going to prohibit that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not prohibiting any other time that they can go see the electorate in any other fashion?
No, sir, not at all.
I can assure you, as an attorney trying to pick a jury, stopping to let someone tell what office they're running for is not helpful to the judicial process, which is for the purpose of which they are in the courtroom. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
That's exactly what
Okay.
this bill is for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator England. Senator, you want to get us? Oh, sorry, Senator England. Senator
Shaved
Simmons.
his goatee.
Question, Mr. President.
Were you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, what happened to this bill last year?
It was sent to Judd A, and it died in committee.
Okay, did we pass it off the floor in the Senate?
We did either 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay. And could you tell me again what problem that we are trying to address, or what?
Exactly what Senator Sparks just said, that the worst possible time for a family victim to have somebody come in and say, oh, by the way, this is what I'm running for, this is my platform, be sure to get out and vote. That's just not the time or place. And you may think that it is the time or place, and that's fine. That's what this body's for. I just do not believe that it is.
Well,
and right now, the judge is mandated by law to give that person time. Mandated.
I guess my concern is, do we want to get into the business? I mean, and you know I oppose the legislation, but do we want to get into the business of telling our judges what they can or cannot do?
We are in the business of telling them what they have to do right now. If we pass this bill, then it's not. I guarantee you that probably, I say I guarantee you, I bet you most judges would much rather not have to do that, but they can't. They're judges. They can't, say one way or another.
I mean, I've practiced in courts all over the state, and I've been practicing for 20 years. I've never experienced this. I don't know of any other.
I've talked to several attorneys that have never seen it once, and then I've talked to several that see it quite often. So I believe every word that you're saying, because you're not the only one.
Yeah. And are you seeing it happening in certain courtrooms more than other places? I mean, because I just did not know that this was a problem. And when even my own personal experience, once I started talking to judges, even outside of my Senate district, they basically opposed it because they see that the legislature is trying to find a solution to a problem that just simply doesn't exist.
It exists. I'm not going to say that it happens in every state, but so let me ask you, do you think that would be a problem, though, if that happened in the courtroom that you're in?
Well, Senator, I think the way the process works is I raise the questions, and then I think you answer it. So my question is, do you
I was going to try it.
Do you have any information where this is happening more?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'll be happy to get you that information. It was just from polling, our body here. But yes, sir, I've talked to attorneys that have never seen it. I've talked to attorneys that it happens.
And will that information that you provide identify those judges that are basically doing what we're trying to address in the measure before us?
Well, right now, every judge is subject to having to do that. So whether you're experiencing it or not, under current law, it can happen, and the judge shall give that candidate a reasonable amount of time to address the jury.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Tate, Senator, let's see, Dupree, did you have a question, sir? Yes, sir. Okay, one moment.
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Dupree is recognized.
Senator, I've done this quite for a while, probably 35, 40 years, and been on the Board of Supervisors. Are you aware that circuit judges have to run for office?
Yes, sir. It's this year.
Okay. You're aware that circuit clerks have to run for office?
Yes, sir. That's next year.
Okay. Are you aware that they also had the opportunity to do the same thing?
That's what the bill is addressing, is making sure that no one will politic the jury.
Okay, and that includes them as well then?
Yes, sir. It says any candidate.
Okay, because I've always had a problem with the circuit clerks being able to campaign for themselves and run their own elections. Nobody else is able to do that.
Yes, sir. So it does state that. It states that for any of the offices, they can't do that.
I'm sorry, just what else?
Yes, sir. It addresses that.
Okay, so it addresses them as well. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. President, introduction out of order, please.
Thank you. Senator Blackwell?
Introduction out of order.
Okay, we'll start with the one. First one, Senator Hickman. I'm sorry, let's finish the bill.
Passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested or object. Mr. Coles voting no. Present? Seeing none. Who's present? Turner Ford. No. Hickman. Ms. Mumford, how was your vote? No. Ms. Gillespie Isom? No. Frazier, no. Thomas, no. Norwood, no. Blackman, no. Bart, no. I'm sorry. Barnett, no. Turner Ford, no. Simmons, no. Simmons, D, no. Jackson, no. Brumfield, no. Gets hazy towards the back of the Chad, I'm sorry, Senator McMahon, no. Pope, no. Butler, no. Anyone else? Dupree, no. Did Hobson? Okay, anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk. While we're waiting for the total, we'll go with Senator Hickman. You have an introduction, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Senators, if you would turn your attention to the South Gallery, we have joining us a couple of supervisors from the best Board of Supervisors in the gallery right now. We have Mr. L.C. Cheatham from Noxubee County. If he would stand, let the Senate make him feel welcome. He used to cut my hair a long time ago. We also have my brother-in-law and also my supervisor, Mr. Christopher Mayberry, joining us in the gallery. Would you please welcome them?
Okay, Senator Hickman, we had, I believe, Senator Black. I see something for you, Senator Blackwell. You want to do your introduction, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. As the senior senator from DeSoto County, I'd like the rest of our DeSoto County delegation to join welcoming our supervisors, Lee Caldwell, Mark Gardner, and Ray Dennison. I don't think Robert and Jesse are with you guys, but welcome to your Senate.
Glad to have you all here. Senator Taylor.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Here in the North Gallery, we have members of the Leake County Supervisors and the County Administration. Senator, if y'all would, please make them feel welcome today.
Come on, guys. Thank y'all. Welcome to the Senate. Senator Jackson.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
On behalf of Senator Simmons and myself, I'd like to introduce Supervisor Jesse Harris from Coahoma County. Make them feel welcome, y'all.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, I would like for the Senate to help me welcome Brother Coney Johnson from Port Gibson Board of Supervisors. I'd like for you to stand and welcome him here today.
Senator Berry.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the North Gallery, we have Supervisor Ricky Barrett from Jefferson Davis County, the hardest working supervisor in the state. I'd like to welcome him on behalf of myself and Senator Rhodes.
Thank you, and welcome to each of you. Senator McClendon.
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the most well-known senator in DeSoto County, along with the rest of the DeSoto County delegation, I'd like to introduce our new county administrator, Miss Andrea Pettigrew, in the West Gallery, as well as our new CFO, Miss Amy Claire. Y'all please give them a warm welcome.
Senator Boyd.
Board introduction.
Please proceed.
Please have the Senate welcome Tyson DeWeese, who's paging for the House, who's come over to kind of join us here in the Senate, and her dad, Representative Joyce.
Tyson, please stay around and see how it really runs. Senator Barnett.
For an introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When members of the Senate help me welcome one of our supervisors, Jasper County, in the West Gallery, Mr. Ralph Jones. Will you please stand and let us make you welcome?
Mr. Jones. Okay, we're through introductions. Bill passes 17 no votes on item Senate Bill number 2386. Passes 17 no votes. We go to 76. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to skip item number 76 on today's calendar and ask that it retain its place on the calendar and go to item number 77 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2588, the SHIELD Act, codified.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Aye. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a committee sub. I ask to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill will allow for a process for the Secretary of State's office to run our SIMS information, which is our voter rolls, through the Immigration Systems SAVE program. It's the Immigration Services Systematic Alien Verification of Entitlements program to ensure that the voters that are in our rolls are U.S. citizens. That's basically what the bill does. There's some conforming language on lines 92 to 95 to conform the process of removing a person from the voter rolls with the National Voting Registration Act. I think this actually gives them an extra, it says the second general election for federal office as opposed to what currently code, I believe, says one. This also requires, through the current process that is used in this, the current process that is used is the Secretary of State's office or the registrar will run through their SIMS program, through the DPS's program that identifies driver's license and identification papers. After that process, if they do find someone that has been removed for the reason of not being a citizen, they are to be reported to the Secretary of State's office so that we know the number on that. And also this new system we're setting up that requires an annual run of our SIMS program through the SAVE program to be reported to the Secretary of State's office so that we can keep up with that information. That's a very general explanation of this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Speak on the bill.
Senator Harkness, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I will yield, yes.
Senator Harkness, you recognize?
When you go through the voter rolls and you find a non-U.S. citizen, Does the Secretary of State have any power to turn that over to authorities?
That isn't addressed in this legislation. What happens now is the registrar will flag that. What they do is they run it through the DPS's records, and if they find that someone has checked a box that they're not a U.S. citizen, then they will send a notification, first-class mail. They can also contact them by phone and by email, but they have to send a first-class letter by mail to let them know that they were flagged, and then they have to bring a proof of citizenship there. If they do show up to vote, they have to vote affidavit, and that vote will be marked as pending until they show up with that. And if they don't have the proof of citizenship, it'll be shown as rejected, and then that new conforming language lists out how they can be removed from their voter rolls. But there's no criminal penalties or anything like that in this. This is just to make sure that our voter rolls have only U.S. citizens, and this is to help us check that and make sure that's the case.
My follow-up question, how would they have gotten on the voter rolls to begin with?
So I've talked with, and I'll admit I don't think it happens often, but when it does happen, I think through a box that is checked when you go to check your driver's license or something like that, and we don't know if it's the voter checking it or if it's a mistake going in the computer, but that is how that happens now. The added fail-safe that we're doing is having the entire SIMS voter rolls run through SAVE annually by the Secretary of State's office.
Well, my next question would be, is that when you do go vote, you have to show an ID, and they have to check the ID through the system to make sure the address and the ID match. Does that bill address that or not?
Well, we already have the voter ID requirement in law, so that's already in there. It's not in this. This is just about checking when a voter is checked. So just to go through the whole process, just to make sure I'm answering your question, when a registrar receives a completed voter registration, they enter that into SIMS, which is our statewide election management system, basically our electronic voter rolls. They then compare that with DPS because, of course, DPS, if someone's had a driver's license or an identification request, they'll have that. If there's a flag from that, SIMS will notify the registrar, and then the registrar will then run that person through SAVE. So it's actually a two-step process now, or that they currently use that two-step process, run it through SAVE. They then send that first-class letter to the person who was registered to vote, the applicant. That applicant then has 30 days to provide proof of citizenship. If no proof is provided, and they show up to vote, they vote by affidavit, then it's marked as pending until they can bring that documentation there. And if they do not do any of that, if they do not prove their citizenship, it is reported to the Secretary of State. And they also have to tell the Secretary of State annually how many the number of registrants and applicants they've had flagged that year, plus the ones that were removed from the voter rolls as non-citizens.
So my understanding is once they're flagged, there's really no, they could actually, once they're taken off, they could actually re-register. If they did it illegal the first time, they could do it illegal the second time. Would they come up in some database and say they cannot register again, or?
Well, if they've been flagged once, I believe if they go back to the DPS system, they have to be checked as a non-citizen. But every person that's entered into SIMS through that process, if they're flagged through DPS, they are run through the system. What this bill is doing is creating a requirement. The Secretary of State's office runs our SIMS program annually through SAVE to make sure that we don't have anybody. Again, I think, and I didn't get specific information on these cases, obviously, because some of them are pending, but I think there were less than 15 maybe, because one thing we're taking out of here was that in January 1st, I believe, of this year, the Secretary of State's office ran through all of DPS records and compared those with SIMS, and I think there were less than 15, maybe 14 that were found, and most of those instances were found to be mistakes. And so they were just simply taken off the voter rolls and done that way. We're adding this new requirement now to run them through SAVE annually, the entire SIM system through SAVE annually.
Well, I would like to see if they're flagged, that the local authorities would be identified, so that way they can check that person out if they're got any felonies or anything like that on their record.
So I understand what you're saying, Senator Hartness. When we're dealing with voters and there may be non-U.S. citizens that are here legally, And of course, they're not registered, they're not able to vote in our elections. They may be here illegally, and I don't think the Secretary of State's office is really tasked with finding out what their reason for and you know, what they're doing here, why they're here, how they got here, anything of that. They just want to make sure we've got U.S. citizens that are voting. And so we're just keeping it with the voting system. We're making sure that our voter rolls only contain U.S. citizens.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Harkness.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question, please.
You yield for a question, sir?
I will.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman England. Is there any cross-check with neighboring states to see if people are registered to vote in 2 states?
Well, SAVE has that information in it, so yes. That's a national database.
And that's checked annually?
If we pass this bill, if I can have your support on this bill, we'll be checking it annually.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Senator
you.
Hickman?
Question, Mr. President.
We yield?
I do yield.
Senator Hickman's recognized.
Just a quick question. I'm not sure, and you may have said this. Is there a fee or a cost associated with running this through?
That's an excellent question. There's not. I think previously there was. There was no fee with running the process through SAVE.
And this is just from my curiosity. There's a decently large database. Do you know how much time it takes or effort or how many man-hours it takes to run that through this system every year?
Yeah, so I've met with the Secretary of State's office. It's apparently a pretty, an easy-to-do process now that they have access to SAVE. It's not, there's no charge for it. They can run that pretty easily. And they've got SIMS. Our SIMS system and our Secretary of State and our former Secretary of State did a great job keeping up with SIMS and making sure we had great records. So it shouldn't take too long, is my understanding. But thank you for the question.
How far back are you going on former Secretaries of State?
I'm going at least one more back. I'll
Thank
just
you.
make that clear.
Former chairman.
Oops.
Senator Dupree.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you may have.
I will yield, yes. I'll yield.
Huh?
I'll yield for a question, yes.
Yes, sir. I think you answered it when you said maybe 15 that they found, and you were talking about, I guess, the last year, last election. How far does that go back? How many individuals are we talking about?
So that was a requirement of the entire SIMS system to be checked through the DPS system. It didn't require them to check through SIMS. And I understand that the Secretary of State's office had a very tedious process. They went through those, checking with those. So I don't know the exact total number. Maybe 1.7 million, I think, is about somewhere around that number of active registered voters that we have in the state of Mississippi.
So 1.7 million, you found 15.
I believe that is about the number that they found. I'm not positive, but it wasn't a large number.
And that would be my question, why are we putting so much attention to 15 individuals? And you said yourself that some of those were just checking a box that they should not have checked, so it could be less than 15.
Yes. Yeah, and Senator Dupree, I thank you for that question because, you know, election integrity a lot of times depends on perception of the election. It depends on voter confidence, but we want voters confident in our elections. And even if we have one instance of a voter that's not supposed to be voting in our elections, and once that's reported, the integrity of our system and the confidence that voters have goes way down. And we don't want that. We want more people voting. We want to get rid of voter apathy. We want people doing that. So even if we catch one in this system, I think we've done a great job by implementing this
I agree
system.
with you if we catch one. And oftentimes people lose confidence when we enact bills like this because we continue to do the same thing over and over again. It's like going to a restaurant and we say that restaurant's food's not good. Sooner or later, people are going to stop going there. But they're going to believe in it. Maybe the best food in town. And so I always wonder, why do we tend to work on those items like 15 instead of the hundreds of other things that are happening across our state that really need due attention? So, but I appreciate you for what you did.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Dupree. And I appreciate your question. I'll just say that this doesn't add any additional requirements to the voter. Unless, of course, they're flagged, then they would have to show proof of citizenship. But otherwise, we're not really adding anything to the current process, and I'm certainly always open to visit with you on elections.
I appreciate it. I just want to make sure, I agree with you, that it leaves a perception, though, to the public that there are numbers, hundreds of people out there doing that, and we're talking about probably less than 10.
It's a low number, but it's definitely a number that I think we need to pay attention to. But thank you for your questions.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Senator Blunt to speak on the bill. We have not adopted, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this is a bad bill, and I'm going to ask you to vote no, and I'm going to walk through why I think it's bad policy for the state of Mississippi. There are two parts to the bill. Section 1 deals with new registrants, people coming in for the first time to register to vote, and it requires the registrar to enter that name in the statewide election management system, which is, of course, at the Secretary of State's office, and then to compare with the Department of Public Safety for driver's license information and other identifying information. That's important because the Department of Public Safety now, with the creation of the SIM system, all 82 counties, when they register somebody to vote, are collecting the same information from everybody, so you can do that sort of check. But I was there at the Secretary of State's office when that system was created, and I can tell you what the records were before we had a centralized database and before every county was collecting the same information in the same manner. And you can imagine trying to get 82 lists where sometimes they had Social Security, sometimes they didn't, sometimes they just had the last four, sometimes they had the date of birth, sometimes they didn't, sometimes they had a driver's license, sometimes they didn't. And so I think about my mother, maybe you can think about someone in your family. My mother registered when John F. Kennedy was president. And that information is going to be extremely inconsistent because her registration has been in place for a long time. You probably know people like that. They don't have a driver's license number with their voter registration. They may not even have any of their Social Security information. Now, first of all, a lot of this information is designed to be private. And there have been times in recent history where state officials, when requested by the federal government for private information about Mississippians, just said, "You can jump in the lake, you're not getting it, that's private." Because that information is something that we need to be very careful with. It's in the SIM system, it's not disclosed. And who are you disclosing it to under this act? The Department of Homeland Security. They got enough problems, in my opinion. And they have a system that is called, this is what it's called, the United States Citizenship and Immigration, SAVE is Immigration Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements. There's a federal database that was set up to determine immigrants and whether they were eligible for entitlements. This is the database that we're talking about. Are the people you know and the people in your family who would be affected by this, you're taking their records, their private records, you're sending them to the Department of Homeland Security to be checked against a database to determine if they're an immigrant that is eligible for entitlements. And if their information does not match, or if information is missing, then that information is going to be sent back to the state, and what are they going to have to do? We're talking about not new registrants now. This applies to every single registered voter, almost 2 million people on the voter rolls in the state, and they're checking against a database maintained by the Department of Homeland Security to determine whether or not immigrants get benefits. They're not on the list. The database didn't match right. They're going to send someone in your family a letter. They're going to mail them one letter. If they don't respond, they're going to be purged. They have to go prove their citizenship. If they don't go and prove their citizenship, they're going to be purged because their information on the voter file does not match with the database maintained by the Department of Homeland Security. Well, let's say they get that letter. I go to my mother's house every Saturday and go through all the mail. But sometimes, maybe they don't have a family member who's doing that for them. What do they do if they open that letter? They have to go prove their citizenship. Well, how are they going to do that? Well, that's in the bill. They get to, under Section 2 of the bill, Section 1, they can go and present a copy of their birth certificate. If you don't have a copy of your birth certificate, you can just go online, you can go on the website and pay $17 and get one. Or they can show their passport. Well, maybe they don't travel internationally and their passport's not valid. How are they going to go prove their citizenship? When they get their letter, they're fortunate enough to see it. They get to go down to their county with a birth certificate or a passport or their citizenship. That's what it says on beginning on line 78. Or their naturalization document, or any proof of citizenship established under federal immigration reform legislation. This is not what we need to do. This is not what we need to do. You heard Senator England say there are about 2 million people on the voter rolls. They did this search recently. They found 14 or 15 people. They found out most of those were mistakes. And I'm not aware of any case brought by any prosecutor in Mississippi for non-citizen voting. I hear again and again this statement, well, just one vote's too many. Well, I agree with that. But I also believe purging one person who shouldn't be purged, that's too many. That's too many. So I ask you to just think for a moment, what number is likely to be greater? Given what we just heard from Senator England about what the Secretary of State's initial run-through of this has been, what number is likely to be greater? The number of non-citizens voting in the state or the number of legal Mississippi voters who are purged under a Department of Homeland Security database? And if the second is bigger, you shouldn't vote for this bill. No voter should be purged if they have the right to stay on the rolls. No non-citizen should vote, but this is the other thing that's wrong with this bill. I hear again and again that it's perception. Oh, we got perception. Perception's reality. No, it's not. Reality is reality. Perception needs to be backed by facts, by evidence, by every finding of every court in the United States of America. And if people believe something that just ain't so, you just need to tell them that their perception is mistaken. The facts and the evidence is what people need to believe. And if people believe something that's not true, that's no reason to accommodate them. They believe something that's not true, and it's incumbent on all of us to tell them it's not true. If people perceive that there are mass numbers of non-citizens voting in the elections of this state, they're wrong. And every one of us needs to tell them they're wrong. The number of people who will be purged from the voter rolls if they can't provide a passport or a birth certificate, or they don't answer their mail, is going to be much greater than any benefit that you'll get under this bill. For that reason, it's a bad bill, and I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Respond.
Yes, Mr. President. Before I respond, we did not adopt a committee sub.
That's correct.
Yes. Can we adopt a committee sub, and then I will close on the bill? Would that be?
You can make a motion to adopt the committee sub.
Yes, my motion is that we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do very much appreciate Senator Blunt's comments, and I appreciate that there's likely disagreement on this bill. I will say that there have been instances of individuals that have been caught in Mississippi that aren't citizens that have voted in our election. It's not many, but it has happened. This is another effort to prevent that from ever even becoming the case, to make sure that those voters aren't on the rolls. I think that many of us in here would agree that there is a situation that we found ourselves in where we have a lot of people in Mississippi and in the United States that aren't here legally. And one of our most important traditions in America, and one of the things that we enjoy as United States citizens, is to be able to vote in our elections. And I think that's important to all of us. I don't think how you vote on this shows one way or the other on that, but for me, anything we can do to strengthen the security of our elections is very important for us. That's why I'm putting forth this bill. That's why I'm asking you, my colleagues, who all care very deeply about this issue as I do, whether we agree or not, that's why I'm asking you to vote for this bill. Let's keep our elections secure. Let's make sure they're secure. And let's make sure that only United States citizens are voting in our elections. With that, Mr. President, I will move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? We have an objection. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, Dupree, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Gillespie Ison, Harkins, Harkness, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Mumford, Norwood, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Taylor, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley. Yeah, okay. Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Carter, Delano, Hill, Hobson, Ladner, Parks, Simmons of the 12th, Wiggins, call back now.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote, Mr. President.
I thought you withdrew the vote. The second call, you made the second call? I'm sorry, Senator Simmons?
To announce a pair, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Ladner was here, he'll vote aye. I vote nay.
Pair, Simmons, Ladner. Senator Hobson?
To the vote?
Yes, sir.
I voted aye.
Aye. Senator Parks?
Voted aye.
Aye. Senator Senator Delano?
To the vote?
Please.
I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Delano. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Voting yes or yea, Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Harkness, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Rhodes, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Taylor, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Dupree, Frazier, Gillespie Isom, Hickman, Jackson, Mumford, Norwood, Pope, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Sparks, you good?
Introduction.
By a vote of 33-17, bill passes. Senator Sparks, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President, for an introduction. In the gallery today with us from the Strata Educational Foundation, we have Heather McKay, Mark Rigdon, and Todd Ullman. And from our good friends at Accelerate Mississippi, who I've mentioned several times in legislation, and from the Well, Cliff Timms, Blaze King, and Dr. Courtney Taylor. If you would, please stand in the Senate and make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Good to see you again. Welcome, you and your team. Good to have you here. Appreciate your good work. Senator Wiggins. Senate, we're on 78. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 78. I do have a motion. My motion is that we take items 78, 79, 80, and 81 up in block. And then when we do that, be asked to explain them. They all involve just bringing forward code sections. So my motion is that we do items 78 through 81 in block.
The motion is take items 78 through 81 in block. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone wish to set one aside? Seeing none, those will be taken up in block. Yep. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you.
Read the titles.
Senate Bill number 2138, Supreme Court District, bring forward provisions related to. Senate Bill 2697, neglect and delinquency, bring forward sections related to. Senate Bill 2707, Administrative Office of Courts and Intervention Courts, bring forward sections related to. Senate Bill 2726, Mississippi Opioid Settlement Fund Advisory Council, bring forward provisions related to.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had made the usual motion, so thank you.
No, you did. I don't think you had.
I do then.
Okay. Yeah.
I made it.
Make the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, now Senator Wiggins, sorry.
Thank you. On Senate Bill 2138, these are the code sections. This is related to the redistricting if it's decided it has to happen in the Supreme Court district. For those that may remember, the Supreme Court has been, two offices has been ruled, I guess, unconstitutional. So these are the code sections to bring forward. On number 79, Senate Bill 2697, that is bringing forward code sections related to neglect and delinquency involving youth court. As you know, we're doing a number of different things, and we're just bringing those forward. Senate Bill 2707, Administrative Office of Courts. We're trying to get those squared away. I know Senator Sparks is working on some items involving intervention courts to get the structure right and how they operate. So this allows us to bring those forward. And then number 81, Senate Bill 2726 is the Mississippi Opioid Settlement Fund Advisory Council. We have the council. There have been a number of bills filed, not to set aside that I've seen the awards, but how the structure of the committee is in place and to ensure, I would call it integrity. Senator Seymour has a bill that he's filed, and so these are the code sections to allow us to bring those forward. As far as the actual awards or grants, those will be going through the appropriations process. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Hickman, you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hickman?
Yes.
Senator Hickman.
Senator, just a quick question. I believe you said it, but these are all just code sections? And
just code sections.
And do all of these have like a reverse repealer in it?
They don't have a reverse repealer, but they're just code sections, so they're bringing those. I do want, let me ask it. Actually, and it is, the Supreme Court, 2138 is bringing forward the code sections as well of the Public Service Commission and the Transportation Commissioners, because those are tied to the Supreme Court districts. Upon redistricting, then we need to be looking at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions. Senator Wiggins, a motion?
My motion is passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan as no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bills have passed. Senator Wiggins, item 82.
Go to that item, call it up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Bill 2730, civil immunity, provide for charitable organizations providing services related to an impending weather event.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, be allowed to explain the bill, and then we do have an amendment at the desk that we'd like to present.
All right, and you have a committee substitute.
Oh, yes. I would move that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Well, let's just, if it's okay, we will discuss explain the committee sub, and then we'll vote on it, if that's okay. Senator Wiggins, if you will, please explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute, what the committee substitute did different from the original bill is it actually put a reverse repealer in. When I present the amendment, that will take out the reverse repealer. I'm sorry, it will have the reverse repealer in it. However, it will address some of the things of why we put that in there. The bill itself, coming from Senator McMahon, is quite simply if there's an emergency weather event that is granting immunity to anybody, to nonprofit church organizations should there be negligence or anything happen. So for example, during the ice storm, if somebody got injured or something because they were being very nice, the churches and opening their doors to assist the citizens, this is granting them immunity. And so that's what the committee substitute does, Mr. President.
Any question on the committee sub? No questions. Senator Wiggins moves that we adopt the committee substitute.
I do.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee sub's adopted. Senator Wiggins, we have an amendment, I think. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. President. Working with Senator Simmons, Senator Hobson, these were questions that came up in the committee. In short, what it's doing is that it's limiting the immunity to not apply to willful and wanton acts. What that means is intentional acts. When we've done these type of immunity bills, this is what we have gone with, because in short, those are intentional acts. For example, like an aggravated assault or something, you're not granting immunity to those people from being liable on that. And so that's what that does. It makes that amendment into the bill.
All right, any questions on the amendment? No question. Oh, wait a minute, Senator Hartnett.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question.
I do.
You recognize.
Since I'm not an attorney, is this compared to like the Good Samaritan bill? Is it similar to a Good Samaritan bill?
Yeah, that's the intent, which is it's a Good Samaritan churches, and my understanding is Senator McMahon can explain, but churches and all, so that they will open up their buildings to assist people. There is in our world, we call it a chilling of activity because people are afraid they'll be sued. And so what the immunity does allow them to be protected.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
And council, I did want to say the committee, the amendment does remove the reverse repealer.
Okay, seeing no other questions, you move for adoption of amendments?
Move for adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Motion, I'm sorry. Senator Turner Ford, you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes.
Senator Wiggins, you recognize Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the immunity, if the amendment is adopted, would apply to the nonprofit?
Yes.
And so there could still be a cause of action, I guess, against the perpetrator of some intentional act by a third party.
That's correct.
That's
correct.
Okay, so we're only shielding the nonprofit, but not necessarily the individual that has perpetrated the act if they're not affiliated with the nonprofit.
Right. So in Section 3, the amendment is saying the immunity from the liability shall not apply to any act or omission arising out of wanton, willful, or intentional misconduct. And then in Section 2, in the bill, which has not been changed by the amendment, the immunity is being granted to, quote, charitable organizations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we pass it on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? You're recognized to speak on the bill before the vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, just quickly, I wanted to say for the record how much I appreciate Matt Lawhon. He is a beloved weatherman from Northeast Mississippi, and now he has a Mississippi Live weather and has weather across the state. And he brought this to me. He called me this summer and brought this bill to my attention that some of our neighboring states had passed it. I want to thank the chairman of Judd A and all the work of the senators on Judd A who brought this forward. This is an opportunity for our charitable and church organizations across the state that when we have these weather events, they can open up their facilities and provide shelter and care for many folks in these emergency events without fear of being sued. And so I want to thank this body and particularly, again, the senators on Judd A for bringing this forward, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Okay, Senator Wiggins, it suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip over items number 84, number 85, that they retain their place on the calendar. And we go to item 86, call that up, ask the title be read.
Okay, so we're actually skipping 83, 84, 85, going to item 86. Okay, please read the title.
Child support, authorized continuation past the age of majority for certain disabled children.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you've been here for the last 4 years, you know what this bill is. This is allowing child support past the age of majority for special needs children. We've passed it 4 times. Senator Boyd has worked diligently after the House voted it down on the last near the last day of session. The one change is that after speaking with stakeholders, that it put in to allow for a conservatorship to be put into place to manage things. And so that's the bill, and be happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions. Senator, motion?
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Wiggins.
Ask that we skip item 87, it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 88.
We'll pass and retain items 87, go to item 88. Please read the title.
Bill 2126, name change prohibit for persons convicted of a crime of violence and for sex offenders.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. This is a simple bill in that if you look at the bill itself, Section 1 is simply making it unlawful for a person to change their name if they've been a registered sex offender. Had a question, is it really happening? And yes, it's happened in different situations. And so what it is doing in Section 1 is creating a felony punishable by 5 years if you're a sex offender and you change your name. The reason they're doing that, for those that aren't familiar, is you do that to avoid having to register. And the whole point of registering is to keep track of the sex offenders. And if you're under a different name, they can't keep track of you. And so we want to obviously make sure that happens. The other sections of the bill are conforming sections to match that up. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
I see no question, but Senator, you need to now move to adopt the committee substitute.
I do move to adopt the committee substitute, Mr. President.
All in favor of adopting committee substitute, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we pass it on the morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 89, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2377, Uniform Athlete Agents Law penalize persons providing services without registering under.
Make the usual motion.
Senator, make the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that you allow Subcommittee Chair Senator Barrett to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2377 is what I would refer to as unauthorized practice of sports agent law. The law as it currently exists, which you are all familiar with, is about a 13-page packet, which is defined as a Uniform Athlete Agent Act. The act that was passed does not address persons that are acting as sports agents that are not registered. So you will see at the, I guess that would be subsection 4 of section 1, adds that any person, persons, company, or entity thereof that is doing that, it provides a punitive measure for practicing agency without being registered in the state. That's a brief explanation. I yield for any questions, Mr. President.
I see no questions, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask for passage by use of the morning roll.
The senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item number 90, Senator Wiggins.
Ask that we skip that and retain its place on the calendar.
Pass and retain item 90, Senate Bill 2718. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator McCon. We'll pass all of them. So we'll pass and retain items 91 through 90, 93, 94. Okay, go to Senator Sparks. Is that correct? Pass and retain items 95 through 99. Senator Delano. Pass and retain all of yours here, which is items 100 through...
Roger.
I got you. Through 104. We'll go to Senator Younger. Senator Younger, item 105. Pass and retain 105, 106, Senator Younger. Go to item 107, Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 107, have the title read.
I'm sorry. Ask the title be read? Yes. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2294, Mississippi Future Innovators Act, an act to require high school computer science or CTE with embedded computer science course.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Mr. President, I ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill just seeks to update our requirements for graduation with CTE. We currently have CTE options in the state. This would move it from an elective to a mandatory one credit, and it would include embedding AI with classroom with as part of the CTE coursework, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Okay, are there any questions? I do have one. Senator Hobson for a question. You yield Senator Hobson for a question? Senator Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Johnson. I'm just trying to keep a tally. So today we've added financial literacy and we've added civics and now computer science all to the high school curriculum. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We are. We're raising the bar.
We are, obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator Johnson, motion.
Move passage using morning roll call.
Okay, the senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. We'll go to item 108, Senator DeVar. Pass. We'll pass and retain that, and then we'll go to Senator Wiggins, 109. Senator Wiggins, 109. We'll pass and retain that item. Go to 110, Senator Blunt. Pass and retain. Senator Barnett. Item 111, Senate Bill 2042.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass on item 111 on today's calendar, let it hold its place on the calendar. Go to item 112 and have the title read.
Okay, we'll pass and retain item 111, Senate Bill 2042. Go to item 112, Senate Bill number 2038. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2038, Our House Residential Multi-Service Center Program established as a pilot initiative within the Mississippi Department of Corrections.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Senator Brumfield if he would come and explain the, maybe we adopt the committee substitute first, I'm sorry.
Well, can you explain the committee sub before we adopt it, Senator?
I'll let Senator Brumfield explain the committee substitute.
Senator Brumfield, if you would, we'll explain committee sub, then we'll adopt it, and then we'll go to final passage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2038 is a very good bill. We had the opportunity to go to Baton Rouge to visit a facility, and their attempt is to cut down recidivism, and this bill does exactly that. This bill will serve as a pilot program, partner with the MDLC. The CWC in Pike County will serve as a pilot. This bill is trying to address the idea of providing comprehensive services to returning citizens with 2 years or less. We also have these citizens already in our community that are working with nonviolent offenses, and they're able to work, and these citizens must commit to completing the program. And so, Mr. President, this bill will allow us to, in the pilot program, put people to work, save the state money, and in the long term, it's a win-win situation for everyone. That's an excellent brief explanation of the bill.
Okay, Senator Hobson, what purpose?
Question.
You yield Senator Hobson for a question.
I yield.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Brumfield. Is this paid for by the county or by the state?
This is paid for by the actual citizens who are working. They're going to pay their way.
Okay. No state dollars or county dollars for this. It's paid for by the persons participating in the program?
This is actually fully funded, sustained by the people who are participating in the program.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you see no further questions. Senator, for adoption of the committee sub, you've moved for adoption.
I move to adopt the committee sub.
Senator, Senator Hill, you have a question?
Yes, I did have a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Do you yield, Senator Hill? Before
I yield.
I was looking at the bill, and it said how much that the residents would pay, and it was a percentage. It started out, at 25, then graduated to 30, then to a maximum of 50. So who pays the rest of it?
They actually, the 50% of that, their wages will go toward their living expenses, their transportation, and their vital necessities.
So do you expect that to cover it all, the whole cost of it, what they're making and contributing? Do you expect that to cover it all?
We
That's my question. Who's going to pay for the rest of it?
The CWC, where they are right now, Senator Hill, it's already there.
Okay.
And so it's already operational. But what this one does is like individuals who don't have an address
Yeah.
to be released to.
It's like a halfway program.
Exactly.
I get it, but that's what I'm saying. Is it self-sustaining with their wages?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senators move that we adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, now for final passage.
I motion that we pass on morning roll call.
Okay, hold on before we vote. Senator McCon, you have a question?
Senator Brumfield, this was not your first bill, right? He's smiling. I just want to be sure that it wasn't, was it?
This is not my first vote.
I didn't think it was. Senator Barnett was just encouraging that it may have been. So I just wanted to be sure.
Okay. Okay. All right, again, the senator suggests use more roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of more roll calls, voting aye, and the bill is passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Blackwell, item 113.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item one, skip item 113, keep its place on the calendar, go to item 114, Senate Bill 2735, and ask the title to be read.
Okay, we'll pass and retain item 113, Senate Bill 2695. Go to item 114, Senate Bill 2735. Please read the title.
2735 Medicaid, make various amendments to the provisions of the program.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you. We have a committee sub. I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
All right, if you will, please explain the committee sub, and then we'll vote on that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. This is what we typically call our Medicaid tech bill. We haven't had one pass in 3 years, so there are a number of changes. The vast majority, in fact, almost all the changes have to deal with compliance with federal law and updating the code section. There are a few new things that we have put in, and I want to go through those. At line 413 to 417, we changed shall to a may, and we reduced the number of days from 42 days to 21 days as it relates to nursing homes. Line 637, we changed shall to may and reduced the number of days from 63 to 31 relative to intermediate care facilities. Line 662, we increased from 80 to 85%, and that pertains to payments to ambulatory surgery centers. Line 112 to 115, line 11215 to 1219, we changed 30 days to 15 days by request of the department, and we also did it in lines 1970 to 1974 And again, that's just notice to the members of the legislature of changes. Line 1610 to 1620, we put treat in place for ambulances. And in section 7, we added back the Medicaid Advisory Council. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
See no questions. Senator,
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
oh, we just had a couple of questions pop up. Senator Hill, what purpose?
Question.
You yield Senator Hill for a question?
Yes, it will.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any type of fiscal note or idea what the increased cost is for the increased reimbursement levels?
Not on the ambulatory surgery centers, that's a 5% increase, but on the ambulance treat in place, instead of, we the department anticipates that's budget neutral, because they're not, won't be taken into the ER and having them treated there, released.
We got some stuff on pediatrician reimbursement. There's quite a few things.
No, the pediatricians are currently reimbursed at 100%. We just added their name to put them in there.
Okay, so the bill only considers the ambulatory surgery centers?
Ambulatory surgery centers was an increase, and if you want to call it an increase, the treat in place, but it's a budget neutral.
What was it talking about, the not having to ask for waivers for dialysis, chemo, and stuff like that? That's in the short title. I couldn't read the whole bill.
I'm not aware of any changes in it.
Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Friendly question.
You yield Senator Wiggins.
Yes, it will.
Senator Wiggins, recognized.
You said the medical advisory committee was added back in. I'm just curious why that was, what had transpired, because it's a positive thing that was leading to good conversations with the providers and things like that. So
That's
I'm just
correct.
curious.
There was a repealer in it, and we haven't advanced this bill in 3 years, so.
Okay, so
died.
that will get started back up and have those conversations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator, there's, I believe you've already made the motion that we adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted.
Move for final passage by the use of morning roll call.
Okay, we have a question from Senator Sarita Simmons. Senator Simmons, is the question?
No, introduction out of order.
Hold on just a minute, and I'll recognize you. Seeing no further questions, Senator to use the morning roll call, final adoption. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting. Oh, we have a no. Sorry, didn't see you. Senator Chisholm, Senator Hill, Senator Tate. Anyone else? Senator Hartness. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of more roll calls voting aye, and the bill has passed. Now, Senator Simmons, recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Simmons and I, we would like to welcome two of our special guests from Bolivar County. We have Supervisor Bill Quinton. We also have our County Administrator, Will Hooker. Ladies and gentlemen, senators, please give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, we'll go to item 115, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 115 and 116 and go to item 117 and ask that the title be read.
We'll pass and retain items 115, 116, go to item 117, Senate Bill number 2714. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2714, Safe Deposit Boxes, create an insurement process for and revise certain portions of Uniform Disposition of Unclaimed Property Act.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
This one has a committee sub. I ask that we call it up in lieu of the original bill and ask that you recognize me to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill is an attempt to help banks clean up safety deposit boxes that have been abandoned. It has become an issue for several banks where they have many boxes that have not been paid on in years, and they have accumulated. They have worked to find the owner or an heir to that owner, and they have been unsuccessful in doing so. And so this property that is either in a safety deposit box or has been pulled out of a safety deposit box and tagged and held is sitting in bank properties. Some banks have had to go so far as to purchase or rent properties to keep this property in. And as we work through this in committee, we found several parts of it that we need to iron out, and so I'm asking the body to pass this committee sub and this bill with a reverse repealer to give us time to work out some of the details to make sure that the people's property that is in this is properly tagged and taken care of, that there's due process in working to find the rightful owner or heir, and how to handle different items that may be in those boxes. So with that, I ask the body to indulge us and let us keep working on that as we move through the process.
So you move for adoption as a committee sub, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator moves for adoption committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now, Senator Johnson for final passage.
I move final passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 118 and 119 and go to item 120 and ask the title be read.
Senator suggested we pass and retain items 118 and 119, go to item 120. Senate Bill number 2830. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2830, Public Accounting to revise certain laws regulating the practice of.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Yes, sir.
It's the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is updating the requirements to sit for the CPA exam. Currently, you have to have, there's minimal options. You have to have 150 hours with emphasis in accounting. And what this would do is you may go that route with 150 hours, which generally would be getting a master's degree. This would allow for you to also have a bachelor's degree with an emphasis in accounting, but have 2 years of experience to qualify for sitting for the CPA exam. It would be the same CPA exam, it's just your qualifications to sit for that exam. And that's an explanation of what this bill does.
Okay, I see no questions, Senator. Motion.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use, oh, we have a question. Last second question here. Senator Hill, you have a question. You yield Senator Hill for a question?
Yes.
Senator Hill.
I was trying to read it and they were scrolling up on me, but it says in the bill, I was trying to read it, it said something about a bachelor, university, postgraduate degree. So it has to be an accounting degree to start with for the undergrad.
Yes.
Still, but the postgraduate degree could be anything related.
That's correct, which
Yeah.
I believe that's part of the reason why it's more flexible. When I did accounting undergrad and needed 150 hours, I went back for a master's in finance. Obviously, that didn't necessarily help me with my...
Yeah, so currently, you can't sit for the CPA with only a bachelor's. Is that right?
Well, technically, you only need 150 hours, so you don't have to have a master's. That's just the route that many people choose to go. But you could have 150 hours without a master's degree.
Okay, but they still, it just gives it more flexibility for somebody to set for the CPA.
That's correct. And the board has some flexibility in this bill to work on some of the fine tuning, but that
Because they have a shortage of CPAs, is that what the deal is?
I don't know what their reasoning is, but I think it's an appropriate route to go
Okay.
for that field.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present with use morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 121, Senator Rhodes. Senator Rhodes, item 121, pass and retain that item. And 122, Senator Rhodes? All of them? All right, all the way through, let's see, from 121 through 126, we'll go to item 127. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 127, Senate Bill 2420, and have the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2420, open season, extend those ending on a Saturday until 30 minutes after sunset on the following Sunday.
Senator Suber.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
And I'd like to recognize Senator Michelle to present the bill.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, we passed legislation to allow a hunting season, if it ended on a Friday, to be extended till the end of Sunday, to let your weekend hunters that have to work during the week, give them an opportunity to get that one last weekend of hunting in. This legislation would allow when a season ends on a Saturday. This year, January 31st for deer season did end on a Saturday. So unfortunately, we missed out on that, but when this legislation becomes effective in future years, you'll be able to hunt that until that Sunday evening. And I've got a lot of positive feedback from this hunters that many were ready to get another day in the woods. This also includes bobwhite quail, wild turkey, squirrel and rabbit hunting, fur-bearing animal hunting, and raccoon hunting. And the goal of this legislation would be to make for more happy hunters like we have here. That's the ultimate goal. Be glad to yield to any questions.
Yeah, we have a question. Senator Harkins, question?
Yes.
For a question.
You yield, Senator Harkins, for a question. Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
You think you can work on duck season, extending it to the Sunday?
Unfortunately, that's federal regulations along with
I know.
duck as well. But do the best we can for the seasons that we can control.
Okay, Senator, let's see, Senator Williams.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Williams.
Yes.
As a fellow happy hunter, as many people are in here, I think that's an exciting thing, but I think it'd be a miss if I missed. Have y'all checked with the biologists to make sure that this extension doesn't
The
hurt any
Wildlife
population?
Commission is very much in favor of this. They enjoyed it when we passed it last time, and we really should have gone and looked forward and taken care of Saturday as well as Friday. But especially this year's no better example. The last 2 weekends, anybody about north of Jackson didn't even get to hunt because of the bad weather.
We only got a day, no way to get a week.
I'm sorry?
We're only getting a day, we can't get a week out of them?
That's right.
Okay, better than nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator England, what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
You yield? Be glad to.
Senator England.
The wild game hunter.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could you, if you look at the screen, could you tell me if that would score maybe 200? Maybe not in the middle part of Mississippi, but down in Jackson County, I think that's about a 200-inch large.
Looks like the Hartford buck to me.
Yeah, well, it was culled from the herd anyway, so thank
that's
you.
That's a good kill.
I support that bill.
Congratulations, Senator.
It's a very good bill. Thank you.
Very good.
Senator Blackman, for a question?
Question.
You yield, Senator
Yes,
Blackman.
of course.
Senator Blackman, you recognize.
Senator Michelle, do you know if that's a deer that Senator England got, or he's just posing with one that someone in his family got for him?
Well, the question is whether he shot it with a rifle or hit it with his vehicle.
Senator Carter, question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Carter.
Yes.
Senator Carter, you recognize.
Would you agree that this picture that's on the screen is damaging the equipment in the Senate right now?
Damaging the what?
The picture on the screen, I think my computer's malfunctioning over here.
I just want to congratulate Senator England on a nice harvest. And if they pass this legislation, then maybe that extra day of hunting would give someone in this room or one of your constituents an opportunity to bag a nice buck like that.
Well, it looks like a baby buck that he put horns on. So the junior guy from Jackson County.
Okay, see no further questions. The senator suggests to use this morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all presently use this morning roll call as voting aye and the bill is passed. Now we'll go to item 128. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 128 through 130 and hold their place on the calendar. And go, call up item 131, Senate Bill 2659.
Okay, we'll pass and retain those items and go to item, you said 130?
131.
131, okay.
And that's the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2659, Lifetime Conservationist Legacy License created for residents who are age 65 or older.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
I'd like to recognize Senator Michelle to present this bill.
Senator Michelle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, in Mississippi, hunters who reach the age of 65 are exempt from having to purchase a license. Some choose not to buy one before 65, but actually after you turn 65, you're legal. A little known fact is that you can voluntarily buy a license at 65, and the good news about that is the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks gets a federal drawdown on each license that's sold. And what we're attempting to create here is a legacy license. This would be totally optional, totally optional, as you see on line 79, for anyone who reaches the age of 65 to buy this license. This is for someone who would like to leave the hunting legacy better than they enjoyed it during their hunting career. This came to me from the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, Commissioner Posey, because on the day of my birthday, I turned 65 in December, and I walked in there and I bought a license, but there's a certain dollar amount that has to qualify for the feds to be able to match it. And the amazing news about this is that on this particular license, if you buy it, the state will draw this. It varies a bit, but this particular year, Commissioner tells me that it will be $69.14 per license towards the hunting in Mississippi, and it goes to the mortuary table. And so by buying that license one time, basically the state will get an annuity somewhere in this price range all the way to age currently 82. So this is totally voluntary, and I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Senator Harkins, question.
Question.
You yield, Senator Harkins.
Yes.
Senator Harkins.
What is the, right now you can buy a lifetime license for, is it just children?
You could buy, we have a bill coming up in a moment on a lifetime license, but youth under the age of 16 currently exempt from licensure. And then there's two different price points on buying a lifetime license. It's cheaper if you buy it earlier for a child or a grandchild, and that is good for your lifetime.
There is another bill on the lifetime license. Have they considered doing a lifetime license for an older individual? Is there an age restriction?
I believe you'll see that legislation coming up. The only thing you have to do now, if you're in the woods hunting and you get pulled by a wildlife officer, and if you're over 65, you just show them your license, your driver's license. You do not literally have to even have a license. So this would be totally voluntary for anybody who wants to give back to the hunting legacy in Mississippi. Move passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Michelle. Go to item 132.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 132, Senate Bill 2660, and that's the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2660, catfish. Classify those in the Mississippi River as a game fish and require certain daily harvest and limits for it.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. You have a committee sub you'd like to call up?
I'd like to adopt the committee sub below the original bill and ask Senator Lane Taylor to make his first appearance to the well.
All right, Senator Taylor, what we're going to do is explain the committee. We got to vote on the committee. No, we're not going to vote on it. We're going to explain the committee sub, then we'll vote on it. So you're recognized to explain the committee subject.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill simply classifies catfish taken from the Mississippi River as a game fish, allowing them to be managed like other sports fish for long-term conservation. It directs the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks to set responsible daily harvest and length limits to their normal process. This bill does have one safeguard. A person may not keep more than one catfish over 34 inches per day from the Mississippi River. This only applies to the Mississippi River. This helps protect our larger fish. This measure does not affect farm-raised catfish. This is a straightforward conservation bill to protect valuable natural resource for further generation. Mr. Chairman, I move passage of use this morning roll call.
Well, we'll adopt the committee sub. Unfortunately, as you know, your chairman did make a statement that this is your first time with Will, so it's not going to be that easy. So we have a few questions. Senator Whaley, for what purpose?
For a question, please.
You yield to the senator for a question.
I do.
Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding for my questions. You mentioned that this is involving the Mississippi River catfish, correct?
That is correct.
Well, would it be correct that there are a lot of creeks and ponds and oxbows right off the Mississippi River?
That is correct.
So, in that Mississippi River, it does flood sometimes, correct?
It does.
When that river floods and some of those catfish get confused and they come from the ponds to the rivers and the oxbows to the rivers, are they a pond catfish or a Mississippi River catfish at that point?
They would still be considered a Mississippi catfish, Mississippi River catfish.
They're still a Mississippi River catfish?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, also, since they're fixing to become a game catfish, how are they going to know that they're a game catfish? Are the department going to send them a letter?
They
or
will.
how
They
are we
will
gonna
be
do that?
notified. The department will notify them.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Carter, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Carter, you're recognized.
I'm looking through this bill and I'm trying to, do you have a fake social media account?
A what?
A fake social media account. You ever heard of catfishing before?
Yeah, it's been quite a while, but at one point I did.
Senator. So in this bill, is there anything that justifies and legalizes catfishing people?
I would object any legislation that does. This bill does not pertain any.
So there's no catfishing in this bill?
It's not. Being a victim of catfishing, I would not support any kind of legislation.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator McClendon,
Please.
you for question, Senator?
I do.
If a person used a bow and shot the catfish, would he be catfishing or would he be a catfish hunter?
Can you repeat the question?
If a person used a crossbow and shot the catfish, would he be a catfish hunter or would he be catfishing?
I believe that would still be considered fishing, just a different form of it.
It wouldn't be a catfish hunter.
I wouldn't think so.
Did you know that Catfish Hunter won 5 World Series?
I did not.
Did you know Catfish Hunter was a Cy Young winner?
I did not.
Do you believe me?
I've been instructed not to, Senator.
Have you heard of pledges?
Of what now?
Well, actually, Catfish Hunter did win 5 World Series. But thank you for bringing this bill to us.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the sportsman that is advocating for this bill?
Yes, Bill Dance.
And who is Bill Dance?
He is a outdoor personality, fisherman.
Did he ever catfish hunt?
He is not.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Now, Senator, you know that catfish don't just exist in the river, don't you?
I do.
You know where the back roads from are, most of us, right?
Yep.
Where?
The coast.
That's right. We got catfish down there, so how come you didn't put the Gulf Coast down there?
This is just pertaining to the Mississippi River.
Why, you hate us down on the coast?
You haven't given me a reason.
What? You paused when you had decided to answer that question.
I do not, Senator.
You don't trust him. You hate the coast. You ain't starting very well, are you, Lane? Senator, I mean.
No, sir.
All right. Well, now, you know our catfish, they taste pretty well down when you catch them in the Gulf of America, right?
I think that'd be a matter of opinion.
Matter of opinion. So you think we eat catfish that we catch in the Gulf of America?
Yes.
Boy, you ain't been down to the coast, have you? So where's the recognition for the oyster?
Not in this bill.
Well, do you have one coming?
I do not.
Why not?
That would be the coast delegation's obligation.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, children. Senator Seymour.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
We yield for a question, sir.
Senator, did you do your due diligence in researching this bill and heard testimony from some very outside guests at our committee meeting?
Yes, sir.
And you took their word?
After extensive research, I did, of my own.
Even though the man that was giving the testimony was wearing a Tennessee Volunteer hat?
I took that in consideration.
Senator McCon.
For a question, Mr. President.
We yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator McCon is recognized.
Senator Taylor, you and I are neighbors, and I know that we kind of share some rivers up through there. Now, this does not apply to any of those rivers up around our neck of the woods, correct?
It does not, just the Mississippi River.
And another thing we're talking about here, we're not talking about weight, we're talking about length here, right? So what's that length we're talking about on it?
34 inches.
34 inches. I got a yardstick right here, and that's pretty close, is that right?
That is correct.
So about how much would that fish weigh?
I'm going to say probably, depending on what he's been eating and how well he's been eating, probably around 30 to 50 pounds.
Well, that's a mighty big fish. I'm going to say this, catfish's resilience is a reminder that even in the darkest days we can thrive, and fellow, you are doing well, Senator, at the well. You will thrive.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you doing that. I'm looking at lines 183 to 184 of the bill on section 4. And I know where you're from, and I haven't gotten to talk with you a whole lot, so just to make sure that you can read this, I'll read it for you. It says, "This act shall take effect and be in force from and after July 1st, 2026, and shall stand repealed on June 30th of 2026. Of 2016. Were you in the legislature in 2016?
I was not.
Why are you asking us to pass a bill that goes into effect one day but was repealed before that day even took place?
This is not my bill. I'm presenting on behalf of Chairman.
I understand. You can trust me that I have been rocking somebody else's baby from the well before too, but I was just wondering if you could explain what that even is there. Is that what they call a reverse repealer?
I believe so.
Can you tell me what that is? What does that do?
So that we can keep the bill going and continue conversation.
Okay, so you want to continue this conversation. Okay, I'll have a few more questions then. I have, like Senator Wiggins, I am from the coast, and so we catch catfish from time to time down there, and you're talking about catching a river catfish in this bill. Is that right?
That's correct, Mississippi River.
What is the difference?
Well, considering there's a lot of difference in regular Mississippi folks and coastal folks, I believe there's going to be a difference in the catfish.
What is the difference between coastal folks and the rest of Mississippi folks?
I would ask.
Aside from being more handsome and well-spoken and better dressed and all of that kind of stuff, is there anything else that I'm missing on that?
I think you would be a perfect example to figure out that difference.
Can we put a study committee in this bill to figure that out?
We could.
Okay. I may make that amendment in a minute. I think that's pretty important. What cities do you represent in your district?
Cities, counties, Leake, Neshoba, Winston. That's going to be Philadelphia, Carthage, Lena, Walnut Grove.
Any other ones? Maybe start with an L.
I do not, I'm not in Louisville.
You don't have Louisville?
I do not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you were going to pronounce that correctly, because I have the junior senator from Jackson County sometimes calls that Louisville, and I just wanted to make sure we were correct on that. But back to my original question about the difference between a Gulf catfish and a Mississippi River catfish. Can you show me what a Mississippi River catfish looks like? Can you imitate one?
Well, if we had a mirror close by, I could pass it to you, and you could see that.
Well, I imagine I could probably do a pretty good Gulf catfish. I don't know that I could do a good river catfish. When Senator Carter was asking you questions about catfishing, what was he talking about? What is catfishing that he was talking about?
It's a form of enticing someone to maybe go out with you, but they're not using their actual picture.
So you might use a different picture and try to attract maybe a lady using somebody else's picture?
That is correct.
Do you know what kind of bait you use when you do that kind of catfishing?
I do not.
I think it's called clickbait.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Taylor. I'm glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks,
For a question.
are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I know we're talking about the Mississippi River, but on a serious note, after looking at the yardstick that Senator McKine brought out, does this in any way impact the northeast region of the state?
All the fish in the Mississippi River.
Well, is the Mississippi River on the northeast side, or is it on the west side of the state?
It would be on the west side.
All right, because we catch a lot of fish up there by hand, and they're a lot bigger than the yardstick that got pulled out. That in no way, form, or fashion is going to prevent Representative Bubba Carpenter from continuing his catfish grabbing trip at J.P. Coleman every year, is it?
He would just be allowed to take one catfish over 30.
Oh, now wait a minute. That's what I'm talking about. It don't apply to us. We're not at one limit in northeast Mississippi, correct? Because I do not want the good folks of Tishomingo County to come visit you in your district. It does not apply to us, correct?
It does apply.
It does apply?
Yes.
We're not in the Mississippi River.
If you go to the Mississippi River.
Oh, we ain't going to the Mississippi River. We'd have to load the wagon and travel. But it does not, seriously, it does not affect.
It does not affect.
All
These
right.
are just catfish taken in the Mississippi River.
All right, good. And then final question, are you familiar with the Don Knotts 1964 classic, The Incredible Mr. Limpet?
No, sir.
If you have not watched that movie, I think you should watch it just out of concern for humanity and catfish, because he turned into a catfish, and I would be very concerned if you caught Don Knotts going down the Mississippi River 34 inches or not. Is that fair?
Yeah, thank you for your concern.
All right, you should watch that movie this evening while you're studying.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. We're on your motion to adopt the committee subs.
Yes, I move that we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, sir.
I move we pass by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. McMahon, no. Barrett, no. Whaley, no. McClendon, no. Seymour, no. Butler, no. Rhodes, no. Anybody else? Anyone else? Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Use the morning roll call. Bill passes.
Thank you.
All right, we all this voting has tired me and all of you out. So what we're going to do, we're going to entertain a motion from Senator Blackwell to adjourn. We still have thousands of Mississippians who are in the cold. And Senator Whaley, Senator Park, so many of our senators will be headed back north to help their fellow citizens, so we want to give them a day to do that. So we will not be in tomorrow. I'd encourage all of you to assist where you can with them. I've been on the phone today getting estimates for debris cleanup alone, and we are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So those will come back to you. I'll be up there this weekend. I encourage everybody to pay attention to the amount of money we're going to have to spend to assist on our debris removal on our portion of the FEMA. All right, so we'll go to announcements, and Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on number 77, today's calendar, Senate Bill 2588, the SHIELD Act.
2588, Senator McClendon. Senator Seymour.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item number 131 on today's calendar, and also item 132, hold on a motion to reconsider.
132, and a motion to reconsider, Senator McCon.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on item number 127, Senate Bill 2420.
127, Mr. Clerk. Senator Norwood.
Mr. President, I'd like to be added, with unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to item number 12 on today's agenda, Senate Bill number 2882.
12, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. An announcement and a unanimous consent request.
Please proceed.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author on number 2 from yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2190, and would like to remind everyone that this evening from 5 to 7 at Fertile Ground is a legislative reception for the Mississippi Economic Development Council. This is most of your local economic development professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on item number 127 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2420.
2420, Mr. Clerk. Senator Butler.
Yes, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to number 12 on the calendar for today, Senate Bill number 2882. And number 37, Senate Bill 2243. And Senate number 39, Senate Bill 2292. And number 69, Senate Bill 2203. And number 131, Senate Bill 2659.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item number 127, Senate Bill number 2420, along with Senator Seymour.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added as co-author on item number 12, Senate Bill 2882, item number 107, Senate Bill 2294, item number 82, 2730, item number 86, 2754, and item number 39, 2292. Thank you.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Simmons.
Adjourn the memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Clinton Mixon Sr. of Greenville, and he also was the owner of Mixon Concrete Construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author of items 48, Senate Bill number 2650, and item 74, Senate Bill 2096.
Senator Frazier. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the Senate to join us in wishing Arnold Lindsay a very happy birthday today.
Yeah. Senator Eisen.
I be added to Bill number 2819 from yesterday, and Bill number 2730 from today, and 2433 from today.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Norwood,
Adjourn member, Mr. President.
please proceed.
In the Senate adjourn today, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of one James Lapp Baker and Terrence Jones, who both died unexpectedly very suddenly.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold number 69, Senate Bill number 2203 on a motion.
69, Bill 69, Mr. Clerk. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for overlooking this earlier, but I would like unanimous consent to be granted to be added as a co-author on item number 39 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2292.
39, Mr. Clerk. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on item number 7 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2613. Thank you.
Senator, seeing no objection, granted. Senator Hobson.
Announcement and adjournment memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
For an announcement, I would ask that the subcommittee chairs and appropriations meet in my office down in 214 immediately after adjournment today for a brief meeting. It'll take about 10 minutes. And the adjournment memory is for the legendary Pete J. Rocky Nasser. I ask that we adjourn in his memory today.
Senator Parks.
I would like to ask unanimous consent for item 36, Senate Bill 2483.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Dupree. You recognize, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to join in memory of Mr. Thomas Briscoe Simmons, who died at 91 years old. He's one of the last few members we still have around for World War II. He's a good friend of mine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Simmons, D.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 77 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2588, on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent for the immediate release of all bills that we passed today which were not held on a motion to reconsider. The effect of that is to allow the staff to work on them tomorrow. And people can still enter a motion to reconsider on Monday when we get back, even though we get immediate release, but it would allow the staff to process them tomorrow when we're not here.
One moment. Is that all right with y'all? Okay, seeing no objection, it is granted. Senator Blackwell, I would ask the Senate to pay close attention. We're leaving a little bit early today so that everybody can get back. Senator Jack, all of y'all can get back to your work. But for that, we're going to come in a little bit earlier on Monday. So please pay attention to Senator Blackwell. First, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I have a unanimous consent to be added to item 127 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2420.
Seeing no objection, granted.
Motion is to Senate will stand in recess till 5 p.m. today, at which time the journal will reflect we're adjourned until 2 p.m. Monday.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.